Call to order the meeting of the January 29th, 2013 Rules Committee meeting. Council Hardis, would you give the blessing, please?
Please stand. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day, and we thank you for the blessing of the rain that you have sent in our way. We ask God to guide the discussions and the decisions that are made here today, that they are in the best interest of the Cherokee people. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Shall we call the roll?
Chuck Hoskin Jr.
Here.
David Walkingstick. Bill England.
Here.
Jack Baker.
Here.
Joe Berg.
Aye.
Julia Coach. Jody Fishingham. Meredith Fraley. Here. Janelle Fulbright. Present. John Garvin. Frankie Hargis.
Present.
Tina Glory Jordan.
Present.
Lee Keener. Dick Lay.
Here.
Curtis Snell.
Here.
David Thornton.
Aye.
Kara Cowan Watts. We do have a quorum.
Okay. I now entertain a motion for approval of the minutes in toto, if possible. We have November 29th, December 10th, December 11th, and December 27th.
So moved.
Second.
Second by Councilor Cowan Watts. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Now move into reports. Dr. Buell, please come forward.
Thank you this afternoon. Besides the reports, are there any questions you have of me or my office? Real quick, there's also, we're in the process of starting our range building next week. We're going to have the D5 dozer out, and we're going to start knocking down some trees and building us a range by the powwow grounds. So we're excited about that. So once it's complete, we'll open it 1 week in a month to community members. And we'll have staff on site that can help with anything from marksmanship training to hunter safety to concealed carry to how to take care of your firearms. So that's something that we're excited about. It's not on the report, and I want to bring that forward.
Councilor Thornton.
Yes, Shannon? Yeah.
Yes.
What about the marshal service in Sequoia County?
The marshal service in Sequoia County, we used to have a marshal that lived at the racetrack. That marshal was transferred north. That marshal now lives in Owasso. We're still in negotiation with C&E to try to get another marshal into the Sequoia house there. I have a marshal that lives just south of Muskogee County that he really wants to be over there. So hopefully we're going to get that together and have that person living there. But we don't have anybody living there now. They still do the patrols through, just like they normally do. But it'd be nice to have somebody that lives in Sequoia County since it's one of our southern.
That sure would. How about the Redbird area? Did you have any plans for it?
Have any plans?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Redbird Smith Housing Addition.
Oh, just the normal patrols that we do. I don't have any. There's no plans to put an office there or anything like that.
How about how often does a marshal go through there?
I would not say nightly. We try to get through our housing sites at least once a week. Now we only have 4 officers, 3 or 4 on at a given shift. 14 counties. It's hard to just hit every addition every evening. So it'd be nice to have an officer in Sequoia County that get up in the morning or in the evening if they have an evening shift, go 10-8 and then go through the areas as they go on their patrols.
I don't know what kind of shape it is, but the old house at Sequoia, there by the Illinois River. What do they call it? Yeah, that courthouse, the old courthouse there in Sequoia County. It's on 64 Highway. I know it's been vacant for a while. And I think CMB also has that. And they may need to do some work on it or something, but it would be nice to have someone there or at the racetrack, either one. I don't know what the racetrack has encumbered. I don't know what they're going to do there. So.
Yeah, we don't know either. All I tell you is we put the call out to marshals, hey, anybody want to move to Sequoia County? And James Carney, he's one of our marshals. He's been with us about 8 years now.
Yeah.
He said he'd love to live over there.
Yeah.
So if we can find a place for him, we'd sure like to make it happen.
Well, we sure would love to have him. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I'll just keep on asking you.
You keep asking.
Okay. How many marshals you have?
We have 33.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilor Count Watts?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the marshals that attended the photo ID event. We had an unbelievably large turnout, and of course, there's always difficulties with public officials, so we appreciate them being there. Very, very well done, and they were very gracious considering the 600 or 700 people I think we had in the room at one point. Then the other thing in respect to your report, and I didn't see it, and I'd like to see it added to the monthly report, and then a summary to catch us up until, from the point that we compacted or the jurisdictional issues around Claremore Indian Hospital. But there's nothing to point to, and I know you've been called out, so I'd like to know like the specifics, number of calls you get, what they are, type of
That's
call.
very easy to put in there. What we do is just separate, you kind of see down here, we kind of separated some things out. So if you see District 1, I can actually put in there Claremore Indian Hospital. And that way you can actually see on a monthly report, this is how many times my officers have responded out there. And I do response, call, and the normal patrols. So I can say, this is how many times an officer went through Claremore Indian. We've done that for several things up there. And there's been some council people in the past that said, hey, can you kind of watch how many times officers go through my area? And that's something we do on a regular basis, so I don't mind doing that at all.
So we would like to understand the frequency of patrols, actual calls, whether you respond or the Claremore Police Department responds. We need a better idea of what is happening with Claremore Indian Hospital around Arnold.
I can sure do that.
And so you're gonna do a report to catch us up, and then you're gonna add it to the
Yeah,
monthlies.
the report that we do for next month, for next rules, I'll have on that, since we've did the cross-step to current, and then we will start that way for the monthly reports.
Okay, very good, thank you very much. Thank you, Marshall, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Keenan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to thank you too for sending Tony and John up to oversee our event, and they did a great job, and please pass that on to them.
Well, sure will. Well, anytime we can come out and help the council, we as a department like more community-based stuff. We have forever. We just, every time somebody sees us, usually we're taking somebody to jail or riding tickets. So it's nice to get out and show the other side of it. We do have another side.
We got to see it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Walking Stick?
Hey Shane, I watched the news story about you guys securing Sequoia schools
Yes.
and the two lock points and I guess the one entrance in the middle there. I just want to tell you it was a good story. I appreciate you guys securing our kids.
Well, thank you. It's high on my priority that we, the Sequoia School, pretty much, it's our school. I mean, it's our kids, it's our tribe that's up there. So it's a high priority to us that we keep those kids as safe as possible.
We have armed security up there now, correct?
Yeah, you actually have 3 full-time armed marshals up there. They're no longer security, they're regular full-time marshals that are assigned up there. Right now, we have one of those marshals, we just hired him. He's in a 4-month FTO, Field Training Officer Program right now with us. So while he's going through that, we pull a marshal off the street to fill his spot up there at Sequoia. So we'll have 2 during the day, and then 1 in the evenings. That's how it works.
Hey, good job.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilor Garvin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say thank you for getting the firing range all set up for us, and sorry we couldn't make it, but
That's all right.
we thought our meeting was going to be late, and it ended up to be too much time to start and finish.
Right. No, that's perfectly all right. I've talked to the county, and I'll also talk to the instructor. Anytime in the future, if you want, I'd probably suggest wait until it warms up a little bit, because it's probably going to be, foul weather. Anytime the body would like that, we can sure facilitate it, so.
I want to say thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further questions for the marshal? Good report, Hardis.
Shannon, I'd like to just ask you to mark May 4th down, and if I could get a couple marshals in Stillwell for the Laps for Lacey 5K. They helped us last year,
I
And
will
we
have them
appreciate,
in. Okay.
appreciate your help.
Thank you, Council. Any further questions for the Marshal? Okay, hearing none, thank you, Marshal. All right. General Henry, Office of Attorney General.
Well, I think it's unfair for me to follow Marshal Buell in that I counted 6 thank yous and 1 appreciation from his report. Yeah, I'll get the same courtesy, but the Attorney General's report. First, update on the major litigation. First, with the we begin with Freedman in the Northern District of Oklahoma. The Freedman defendants have filed a motion to transfer the case to the D.C. District Court. We have on February 1st, our reply is due to in opposition of that motion to transfer. We feel that we have a very good position to keep the case in the Northern District. In that, and as I will discuss later, the case is not right to be transferred back to the district court at this point. And if it does get transferred back to the, or sent back from the DC appeal to the DC district court, it hasn't been assigned a judge. The former judge that was handling the case has retired. So we would be months and months in limbo before that case could ever get kick-started in DC, and we believe that we have a strong fast track to get this matter heard on merits in the Northern District of Oklahoma. As to the Freedman case in the District of Columbia, we have, as I reported last month, that the DC Circuit had ruled to, or overruled Judge Kennedy's ruling to dismiss the case and has ordered it transferred back to the district court. We have filed a motion to reconsider en banc, which means the entire circuit of the DC Court of Appeals. We believe that it is important that the reasoning that the panel of the Court of Appeals be challenged in that they relied heavily on the doctrine of ex parte Young, which in short is that a federal official could, or a government official could be held to represent the interest of the entity itself. We believe that this is a wrong application of ex parte v. Young, and plus it could be a major blow to tribal sovereignty everywhere if we allow that doctrine to stand. So we have asked for a motion en banc to rehear that case, and if we are not successful, we are strongly contemplating a writ of certiorari on that issue to the United States Supreme Court, because we believe it is that important not only to the Cherokee Nation but to all of Indian country to protect sovereign our tribal sovereignty. Period. The UK v. Land of Trust issues. We quickly as to the 76-acre tract, no change. All the briefing's done. We are waiting on a decision. I reported last month that we were number 56. I don't believe we broke 50 yet. So it's going to be a very long wait before we get a decision on the 76-acre tract of land in front of the IVIA. The 2.03 acres, the latest development in that case is that the United States did submit its administrative record. There are over 5,000 pages in the administrative record. It was not very well organized, probably purposely so. So we have some of our staff going painstakingly through each document, cross-referencing that to the administrative record in a 76-acre case to make sure that nothing's left out or nothing that was added that shouldn't be added. And that's a major undertaking. And it does take a lot of effort from my staff and from, in particularly our attorney Susan Work is doing this is a Herculean effort on her behalf to get through that, and she's making a very good use of that material, and plus coordinating that with our outside counsel, so our outside counsel does not have to go through that 5,000 pages and run up exorbitant attorney fees. We have our deadline to supplement the administrative record is February 8th. So therefore, you can see that we are on a very fast track to get that done, and rest assured that we will get it done. In other areas, we are in the process of, you may have seen this press release on it, the Attorney General's office is developing its own website, so that all, just like we submit public filings to the council to be disseminated, and we want to have a website where everyone can come in and look at every filing that is of public record. So, again, for the dissemination of information, to make sure that not only governmental staff know the status of the cases, but all Cherokee citizens have a right to know and to go in and read these filings and make sure that the matters are proceeding. And in this website, we will have contact information. We will have bios of the attorneys general. We will have obviously contact information, listing of all the opinions of the attorney general. We will also have any links to any news-related articles that come from the attorney general's office. Christina Carroll will later present on codification, and that is going splendidly. Another big ticket item, as you may, which I know you are aware, is that the United States Supreme Court granted cert on the South Carolina case, and we are in the process of preparing to argue before the United States Supreme Court. And this is a case that is of utmost importance to the Cherokee Nation and of all of Indian country. This will in fact be a historic case. We are concerned that the United Supreme Court decided to grant cert. There were no conflicts between the circuits. There was the Supreme Court decision of South Carolina was very well reasoned and very thorough. But be that as it may, we are preparing for that. And this is the first case that I've been involved in that has been granted cert. And let me tell you, it is a whole new ballgame. This truly is a nationwide effort. We are working hand in hand with NCAI, NARF, Native American Rights Fund. Every possible Native American organization in the nation has been in contact with us to help coordinate an effort, and it is truly a coordinated effort. We are organizing PR relations. We have to organize the amicus curiae briefs. There will be at least 20 or more. This will be one of the most probably one of the few cases that will have more than 20 amicus cases, and it is going to be a significant case. And it is we have come to an agreement with Lloyd Miller with Sonosky to help us shepherd us through the Supreme Court process, because it is detailed, and if you're not familiar with it, you can trip off the procedures, and we're not going to do that. But so with as many chefs in the kitchen, you got to make sure you don't spoil the broth. So we are making sure that we have someone that's going to help us shepherd us through that process, and we've had a long, good relationship with the Sonosky law firm, and Lloyd Miller in particular, and feel confident in his abilities to help us through that. So you all will know the timeline on this case. The petitioner's brief is going to be due February 19th. As you can see, that's quick. Our response brief, our brief will be due March 21st. Again, just a little more than 1 month later. And we have been told to expect oral arguments before the Supreme Court in late April. That date has yet to be set. We are also working with Cornerstone to work with our legislative efforts to getting letters of support for the Indian Child Welfare Act in Congress, and this is also being coordinated through NCIA and or NCAI. We are so there are many fronts to this battle, and we're at the forefront of each one of them. As everyone is aware, we've had the redistricting lawsuits, the Tribal Council versus Cherokee Nation Election Commission issued an order, the Tribal Council versus Tribal Council versus England et al. Versus Cherokee Nation. That case is dismissed, and that has been put on appeal. And the England et al. Versus Cherokee Nation Election Commission. That case has been filed. There's an answer due February 4th on that case. And in the Tribal Council versus the Cherokee Nation Election Commission, that answer is due February 18th, but there has been Friday a motion for injunction on that, to which we are reviewing that plea. We were asked last time we were here for a legislative report from Cornerstone on their congressional efforts. I'm going to take one and pass it down. There is a report from Cornerstone. Their contact information is on there. Please feel free to contact them at any time about any issue that you feel is pertinent to the Cherokee Nation in Washington, D.C. They have been very helpful. We are almost, I am on with them on a contact on a daily basis. Also, as you will know, that the state of Oklahoma, the state legislature is coming into session, and we have a firm, Free Patrick Wynn, who is assisting us in those efforts. Here is their synopsis of every, of every bill in the state legislature that deals with tribes or tribal property. Please review those, and if there's any questions, feel free to contact me directly or contact me, and we will proceed on with to answer any questions that you have. Also, we were asked to supply a list of attorneys that were on contract with the Cherokee Nation and Cherokee Nation businesses and what they were working on. So in that regard, here is a list of firms and their topics that is retained by the Cherokee Nation. And this is a list of law firms and their topics that are retained by Cherokee Nation businesses. Again, and there was a question from Councilman Byrd as to what was the total cost of litigation through December on the UKD land and the trust issue, and I took that to mean the 2.03 acres. That to date has cost a total of $42,459.96 today. In closing, part of the Attorney General's Act provided that a seal be created for the Cherokee Nation Attorney General's office. We have created a seal, and we will unveil that next month through this office. And also, I have ordered and received badges for each one of our assistant attorney generals, so they will be able to show their symbol of authority when requested by appropriate officials. That is my report. I will answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Council Hargis, you have a question?
Todd, you didn't mention the tobacco compact. Where do we stand on that?
The tobacco compact it will expire in June of this year. At Intertribal, I will be speaking with, I'll hope to speak with members of the Choctaw and Chickasaw delegations about common interests that we have in the tobacco compact. The state of Oklahoma has stated that they are ready to go forward with negotiations after we complete the car tag comment.
All right, thank you.
Councilor Garvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the tag compact, how we progress, does it look like it might be days, months, or
I would say weeks.
weeks?
I have a meeting with Mr. Mullen, who is Governor Fallon's attorney, tomorrow, hopefully to just talk about some issues that we're close on.
Did you say David?
Yeah, Steve. I wish it was David. That'd be great. Oh, I wonder if I could change those out.
Also, on this Supreme Court case, this individual, tell us about this girl, boy, age, and that sort of thing. Where, how old, and where's they living at?
Well, we are technically still under a gag order in the South Carolina Supreme Court, okay? So as to the details, I'm not going to talk about that. Be happy to talk to you in private as you are a representative of the Cherokee Nation government. You are my client. I can discuss that with you. But as to what we can and cannot say, I'm going to leave that up to the PR experts. But I will be happy to talk to you in private about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilor Fishing.
Yeah, on these totals, can you get some totals? I had asked you to report the total for the amount they made.
Okay.
That we've been paid so far.
All right.
And then I would like you to address the CNB one, Halen Free.
Okay. I will get you those totals.
Can you tell me something about this?
My understanding that she works, she does some work for Cherokee Nation businesses. That's the,
This year?
it's my understanding.
What is she doing?
That I don't know in particular.
I want to see the contract, because during budget hearings, we had been talking to Chief Baker, and we had that again here. During budget hearings, budget was cut, because some of us, the majority of the council, thought she was being paid too much. And it's my understanding she was supposed to stay on the government side.
I will find that out for sure. If I misspoke, I'll tell you, but that's my understanding. But I will get you the totals from CMB for this fiscal year.
Can you do me today, because I'd like to talk to Chief about it.
Okay. I will contact CMB and see what we can get, for sure.
And can you get me a copy of her contract?
Yes, I can.
And I asked that these be recorded every month, and this is the first time I got them, and I'm beginning to think the reason I just now got them this time is because her name was on it, and you all did not want to give them to me.
Well, that's not the case on my behalf. I'll tell you that I apologized last month for not having them to you. I got them to you this month, and I will make sure that you will have a running total of all the attorneys on both CMB and the CN side each month. It'll be a regular part of my report.
And can you make sure she don't have any side contracts with any other law firms like she did with the water one she was wanting?
I will get you everything you need to know about Halen Free.
That would be wonderful.
My report will have a running total as to, of what the attorneys are on contract and what have they been paid to date during the fiscal year of 2013.
Anything further, Councilor Fishing? Anything further, Councilor Fishing?
Oh, no.
Councilor Countwatts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a number of questions, and some of them are new, but it's prompted by what you just handed out. What did you say the timeline of codification was?
I will have Christina give a full
Oh,
report
okay,
on
that's right,
okay.
I will hold that then.
Okay.
And then, on the website that you guys are doing, is that being done internally, or did you form that out? Is that an outside contractor, or did you hire
No,
somebody?
it's done internal.
So it'll still be on Cherokee Nation server?
It should be Cherokee Nation Attorney General.org. It will be a in-house Cherokee Nation ran website, but it's going to be more than just a link from.
No, I'm excited about it.
Yes.
I'm just trying to understand, because I know the
Yeah.
next thing is you do an announcement, we get questions.
Right.
We don't have any depth.
Now, this is an in-house deal. Like I said, it's going to be more than just a link from the homepage. It's going to be a
So there'll be
standalone,
No outside contractor.
no outside contract, no extra.
Will you be doing historical research to determine all the past AG opinions and also the filings on conflict of interest under the older Sunshine Act?
Well, I know part of those filings were under the Secretary of State's office. I would be happy to coordinate those to, you know, the more the better under this website is in my opinion. We will have all the past AG opinions and general counsel opinions from Mr. Fike.
No, that's exciting.
And so it will be and we will also put in, you know, a historical section about about how the Department of Justice, as it formerly was called, was formed through, from '76 and even before. We want this to be a very well-run website that if you want anything to know about the legal positions of the Cherokee Nation or the legal history of the Cherokee Nation, this is going to be your stop and come.
Okay, and then I didn't hear any update on water.
Because there really isn't any.
So we're just all on hold and watching the Choctaws case.
That's, they are under, they and Sarah may be able to speak more eloquently than that, but right now we're on a standstill. Is that correct, Sarah? That's right.
And I figured as such. I hadn't heard from any friends across the state, but I just wanted to make sure that.
The Chickasaw Choctaw cases, they're still supposed to be in discussions, trying to mediate it. We're not allowed to talk about that with anyone else, so we don't have any information about what's going on there. Our internal water work group is continuing to work with the budget that you gave us, and we can update any of you who want information about that at any time.
And that watershed plan is public, from a public perception, that's going to the Environmental Protection Commission, that planning and that process.
The
what's been funded.
the public part of that will be later in the process. I can give any counselor who wants an update on that, I can do that.
Well, I see it's on the EPC agenda, so I didn't have a chance to come to Tahlequah on those days, but I see it's on there, so.
Right, they just wanted a standing report to let them know where we were at, and I told them pretty much what I just told you. Our engineering work is ongoing, and we're working with the money that we have, and
Okay,
bringing out a plan.
very good, Sarah. Godspeed with that group too. So on the Taylor Burridge reporting, what is the case that Taylor and Burridge out of Claremore have taken off of CNB?
It is a tort litigation that involved an incident at CMB. I can get you the pleadings in that case, so you know I know it's a tort litigation defense. Is what it is.
Okay. No, that's fine. I just wanted to know the nature of it, and I assume that what Councilman Fishing Hawk had asked for would be provided to all council members.
The running total will be on my report.
And the details around Ms. Free's contract and such.
The contract is subject to FOIA. That I know there's one on my desk that's getting ready to go out in a day or so. So that will be public information.
Well, and we're going to get to FOIA and GRA. That's on my list of questions.
I'm ready.
So on the ICWA case, did I hear, is the solicitor, has this U.S. solicitor spoken to the Supreme Court, or is that something we want? Or that was a question from California Indian Country that I got about, was whether the solicitor has spoken to the Supreme Court on Cherokee case.
They haven't as of yet, and whether they do an amicus brief or not is part of the strategy that we're doing the amicus coordination right now. So the answer is no, they haven't yet, but they very well may.
Okay, and that's what the CERP stuff is that allows for all these amicus, because not being an attorney, I needed a translator on that. So that's going to involve everybody. Everybody's at the table, and that'll include on the other side too, right?
Oh, the parents for the the attorneys for the adopted parents are going to have a great number of amicus briefs attacking ICW. I know for a fact that they have written every attorneys general in the United States asking for them to do an amicus brief against ICW. And they have a nationwide PR firm, promoting their message on talk shows and TV shows and newspapers and editorials. This is, again, this is the first time in my baptism of fire in this type of case. It is truly a nationwide effort that we are going to need help at every corner of the United States, because we are up against not just parents, and the parents are just the tool. We are up against a, for lack of a better word, a community of people who do not like Indian child welfare. People who want to see Indian child welfare act go away. And they see this as their best opportunity to do it because they can't get it done with legislative action. It can only be done in the courts. This is their one shot, and this is why this is so important. And it is, you know, we are dedicated. We are throwing ourselves into this case. Just about every attorney in my office is doing something on this case, and that's why we've engaged Lloyd Miller to help us with this. That's why we are on conference calls with 70 or 80 attorneys at a time that are coordinated through NCI and NARF. This is a big deal, and we're treating it as such.
And we appreciate your work and your team's work and Chrissy's on this, because I know you've responded to every email, and those same people have reached out to help us on it. And it's emotional because it is such an important act. Thank you. Now, you brought up the
There's
contract.
one thank you.
So Councilwoman Hargis had brought up the compacts, and I was reviewing the compact again, and it looks like June 30th, 2013 is the termination date.
Yes.
But that waits while we're in negotiation, right? So the old compact remains in effect. And
Yeah.
you don't have anything to even brief us on privately, really, at this point, is that what I understand?
Not on tobacco. Not on tobacco. We will have the same.
Are there other compacts we're negotiating right now?
Yeah, the car tag. Yeah. That's on the front burner right
So
now.
when will you start briefing us on that?
On the car tag? Oh, I've given you briefs in the last couple of months on what we are attempting to do. We want to hold on to what we have. We think we have a very good system. We have the only compact with the state of Oklahoma, and we want to extend that.
Well, and I think that was the crux, was not, I think all of us are somewhat familiar, at least with the workings and how we do it today, but you were talking about expanding out to the rest of the state of Oklahoma.
That is one of the areas that we're under negotiation on, and we hope to get that achieved.
But I haven't necessarily heard any feedback about how that part of it's going, and maybe it's not appropriate at this time.
Not appropriate this time, but it's going.
Okay, so my last two questions. On FOIA and GRA.
Yes.
I've gotten feedback from constituents, and I will tell you, I feel the same as my constituents
Okay.
about where we're at with this process. So as a legislator, I feel like the GRA, which I think there's a number of us, but I think Councilman Fishing Hawk brought it forward that the heads of the department should be the one that provide us in a timely manner, and I know the timing mechanisms are in there. But I guess I'm frustrated because in other governments, we don't even have to have an act to assure that we as legislators can get the information we need to do our jobs. So that's frustrating on face value, I guess.
Well,
But now it seems like there's a bottleneck, and now I get feedback that even if I send it per the law, which I'm appreciative that was brought forward, that when we send these requests over, then they still have to wait. They'll have the information ready and it gets sent to your office.
That's correct.
And then it's held where if I ever get it. And I'm working on compiling all of it. But are you going to, in your website and in your work on improving this for all of us and make sure that that process is transparent? Because I'm frustrated right now, and so are a lot of other people.
Well, well, first of all, we answer questions every day. It is not necessary for a counselor or a citizen to go through a FOIA request to get information or on just general information. We do that. Okay, we do that a lot. We answer questions every day to a number of people. If I have denied a FOIA request, I have given a reason for that. And if you haven't got a FOIA answer without a response, well, let me know. Like, you're the one who said it, so let me know. So therefore, we have not, to my opinion, to my knowledge, with that caveat, we have not denied a FOIA request without giving a legitimate answer there too.
The way I read the Government Records Act is you cannot deny us.
Now, I said FOIA. Okay, now Government Records Act, show me where I've turned you down.
If we make a request, we shouldn't have to, as legislators, we shouldn't have to specify either. That's part of my personal frustration. we should be provided with the information. We shouldn't have to say, this is a GRA, this is a FOIA. But I am working on compiling that, and we'll have an attorney and we'll come visit you. So-
My door's always open, especially to attorneys.
I have one last
Yep, that's
One
right.
last question. So I've had a number of concerns. My mother will not get a photo ID at this point because of what's on this form. That further, I authorize the Cherokee Nation Tribal Registration Department to share my information with tribal administration, authorize tribal administration to utilize the contact information I have provided on this form to contact me regarding official tribal events, functions, and communications of the Cherokee Nation. So how does this work? I assume you've done an internal opinion or something that we even get to this, because this is contrary to the past.
A lot of things are.
So how, well, there's probably a reason why this information is protected,
Well,
so.
it's not, it allows the administration the ability to, to communicate with its citizens. And that's what a good government does, is the ability to communicate. There's no conspiracy here. There's no, this is not a bad thing, it's a good thing. And I'm glad that, that line is in that register, because I want our government to be able to let someone know when there's a clothing voucher due, or let them know when a scholarship is due, let them know where they can get food services. That's a good thing. So I don't see any drawback to it. I think the more communication, the better. So I think it's a good thing. And I'm sorry your mother's not getting a photo ID. They're very good. They're very attractive.
Well, it sounds like you would agree then that the branches of government are equal and we would have access to the same information as well to do our jobs. I mean, that's what it lends itself to then. So we need to know how to go about accessing that same information, because right now it seems like it's all about one branch of government, and that's not necessarily the case. We also need access to the same information to do our jobs.
Well, as you know, as a learned person, that there is a difference between the separation of governments. Okay, separation of powers in branches of government. In order to administer the programs and the laws that you pass here, we have to be able to communicate that with that.
But
With
this
that.
takes it beyond the programs and services.
Oh, I disagree with you. And you can have, when you visit me with your attorney, we can talk about it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Fishing, you were up again.
Yeah, how did you get me the invoices that she submits to, all copies to?
I'm talking about Ms. Green.
And then, here a while back, do you remember the 3-page form, the questions that we asked the candidate?
The what form?
The questions, the 3-page questions that we asked our state and federal candidates that we get.
Oh, the candidate questionnaire? Yeah,
Mhm.
okay.
Could you give me a list of everybody who worked on it?
Of everyone who worked on it. I will
Yeah,
try to
submitted.
find that.
Because I'd like to see if Caleb Freed's assistant worked on it, please.
Candidate questionnaire, people who worked on it.
Yeah, the one that works on the election commission.
Okay?
Thank you.
Anything further, Counselor Fishing?
No.
Councilman Lake?
Most of my ground's been put out, Mr. Chairman, but I wanted to thank the Attorney General's office. It's a big job. And I knew that Todd likes to be ear deep in everything that goes through his department. Sometimes you're gonna have to hire outside people. And if it comes to that on some of these really special cases, come to the council, we'll work together.
Well, we've had more than our fair share of big cases. I mean, since Saturday, January 26th, is my 1-year anniversary as an Attorney General. And hold your applause. But we have had more substantive litigation, maybe not start, but get to the front burner this year than we ever had. Both Friedman cases are going strong. The Northern District case got all the parties at one table, which was significant. The UKV issue on the 2.03 acres come up. We've been hit with the United States Supreme Court case on ICW, which, like I said, is a nationwide effort. We are hitting on all cylinders in our office, and I want people to rest assured that we are keeping the Cherokee Nation's interest at heart. We are protecting its interest. no matter who comes to the court to sue us, we're going to win those cases. I just wanted to let everybody know that. Thank you.
Anything further, Councilman Lake? Thank you. Councilman Thornton?
Yes. Todd, I'd like to know, has anyone in the administration office received a registration list where they've sent out promises made, promises kept? Do they have access to that registration list?
Administration, a restoration list?
Yeah. Not the voters' registration list,
Citizens.
the citizens' registration list.
I will find out.
And also, I'd like to know who in the administration has access to it. And if they do, will you give that access to the council also?
I will find out what the access is and what the parameters of that access is.
I'd also like to know the amount of mail that was returned on the promises made, promises kept list.
I know that is subject to a current FOIA, and I will get that information to you also.
Why would that be subject to FOIA?
I said, I know that is a subject of a current FOIA, and we're compiling that information. I will get that information to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything further, Councilman? Nothing further, Madam Speaker?
Oh, I'll give you a third thank you for coming and answering our questions today.
Thank you. I'm halfway there.
Yeah.
It's now up to Councilman Byrd. Can't do anymore.
For putting information on the website, somewhat surprised that it's not already on the website from AG's office. Thank you for giving us a thorough report on the Friedman, the UKB case, also the issues that were answered in water. Just thank you for that. And as far as the blue card goes, that everybody carries around, it's a good thing. It seems like that's what's driving some of the community meetings, the excitement of having just one card, and finally, and not having to carry 3 or 4 cards around with you at all times. Our elderly people just just resent that. I know my people back home do. We don't even carry cards where I come from. We know who's in. But I want to thank you, though, and that's a good thing.
I won't count that skill as just one thank you.
Councilor Thornton has 2 more thank yous for you, Councilor.
Thank you. No, I asked you the last time on this Cornerstone Government Affairs.
Yes.
Where we were at on the WD Mail hydroelectric company process, and I hadn't gotten anything back on it.
I will have them send you a specific memorandum on that.
Okay.
And
we need to stay on top of that.
right. I will have them to send you a specific memorandum on that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilor England?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Todd, on Councilman Thornton was talking about a while ago, because I didn't receive one of those, so I'd like to have a county breakdown on each, how many was sent out to each county, because I didn't receive that in the mail. I'm just wondering if I'm one of those lost addresses. And if it was returned, I want to know if it was returned.
Breakdown sent out to each county.
Per county.
And returns.
In the return.
I got the
And then this is part of, and then also I'd like to know, on the Cornerstone reception, that are they paying for the reception for the chief? And not like what they're paying on the reception.
Which reception?
The one that was announced, for tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
The invitation says
invitation
it's
says
a
it's
reception
at
for Chief
Cornerstone.
Baker at Cornerstone.
Okay.
We'd like to know what they're spending, see if we're getting back billed on that.
I was sure that he will not bill for anything on
Todd, briefly, this is far down the list of your priorities on the Indian Child Welfare Act case, but if someone in your office eventually compiles the big organizations that might be filing briefs on behalf of the other side, I'd be interested in knowing those, because if there's big national organizations lined up against us, we gotta know who those are, we gotta consider whether we're patronizing them or encouraging people to patronize them. Secondly, if you could get word to Cornerstone, then I'd be interested in if they're monitoring the Violence Against Women's Act legislation that's passed the Senate and keeps dying in the House.
Right. And I'll, like Councilman Thornton, I will have them send you an individual a memorandum on the volume.
That's very good. At their when they can get to it. Thank you, Todd. Anything further for the Attorney General? All right. Exhausted. Thanks.
I fell one thank you short.
Thank you.
I thanked you. Did you come along?
All right. Do we have a representative from the Election Commission present?
Point of order, codification.
Oh, yes, codification. Todd, anything on codification?
I have Christina Carroll from my office who has been in much contact with Wes, and she's going to give the details.
We're really excited about the status of codification. It's the furthest we've gotten 17 years, so we're really doing well. The most exciting part about it is the team that West has put together involves Nancy Truack, who was one of the lead publisher or lead editors for the 94 edition. So she has a lot of institutional knowledge about how our code came to be in its current form and why decisions were made, when we did the codification back then. So it's really quite interesting to talk to her, and I really think she's going to be an invaluable member of the team. I know Mrs. Watts asked about a timeline, and I'm hesitant to say for sure a definite hard and fast date. We're working diligently. She's getting us information. She's going to be giving us a report probably weekly starting Monday, February 4th. We'll have some charts that kind of go into details about where things are going to go and ask our opinions about things they have questions on, and we'll be making some really good progress. So I think by this summer, we'll have some really hard and fast numbers for you.
Councilor Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I'll chalk that up to Todd.
I mean, this is just such important work. I know when Councilman Fraley was speaker, that it started, and it's just been painstaking to get it done, so everyone has diligence is appreciated. There is an act that we did to change membership to citizenship. And I know that those are some of those issues, like I continue to find that in our laws, even though we've tried as we see things to clean that up.
Yes.
So is that part of one on your list?
It is. As we get those, they're going to send them to us in chunks that we're going to review. We're going to have a two-party system where, one attorney is going to review it, and then we're going to have a blind, edit of that so that we can catch all of that stuff. So that's
Much appreciated. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Keener.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I say thank you as well, and if you would pass that along to the AG, that said thank you.
I'll let him know.
Do you think that maybe by the next holiday, maybe?
I am hopeful. I would think, a very reasonable expectation, so.
Not to put any pressure.
Yeah, no more pressure.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further questions on codification? Thank you. All right. Getting ahead of myself. Mr. Horton, or anyone else from the Election Commission present? Okay. No one from the Election Commission. Ms. Swepston, Tax Commission. And to the other reporters, Todd was so long-winded, I'm going to have to ask you to be very succinct.
I think you do have my report, so if you have any questions, I'll try to answer. The only thing I want to add to it is that we have completed an application form for the sales tax exemption for the veterans. It's been posted out on the website under our government and then under the commissions. So that form is out there, even though we haven't completed it, not ready to put it into effect yet. We can go ahead and start collecting those applications with their documents, and then once we get everything worked out with C&E, then we can send those cards out once we get all that done, but we can go ahead and start collecting those applications.
Very good. Councilor Thornton?
Yes, can we have a application, Councilman,
Sure.
for those? And also, can we have an application for the brick,
For the what?
for the bricks?
Now, I don't have anything to do with the
Whoever does that.
bricks, but I'll see if I can find it for you.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Karen Lawrence?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had thought we would have that application come back here, Sharon,
Oh, okay.
for review. I thought that was also part of our review process.
It's
That's
just
what
a
I
simple-
recall from meetings.
I will be happy to bring it back. I mean, it's out there, it's just a simple application, asks for name and address. And then they have to provide us with their DD 214, a driver's license, and their membership card. And that's basically all that is, but I'd be happy to bring it back.
And I appreciate that, but I remember that the body in the committee, from what I recall, wanted to look at it together
Okay.
with you. That was part of the process.
Well, I apologize.
And then I did see the 30-day comment deal in your report, but that was the first place I recall seeing it. I
Now,
don't-
that's for the tags, on the veterans, changing the amount on the tags, and that actually, the 30 days is up the end of this month, so.
Which is to my point, I had to be on the council to get my report, to read it. So how is the public gonna be aware of it, and why was it not included in news releases? And if it was, I apologize, I missed it, because I try to read all our news releases.
I don't know if that was in the news release.
There needs to be a push out from a public relations perspective that says, you know, that we are providing consultation opportunities or public comment periods, and especially on something that's got so much attention from folks. I didn't understand why, and I know that's not your job, but I thought that was a missed opportunity for us not to have that pushed out. Because I didn't know that I needed to be asking people for that public comment.
Now, that 30-day comment is on the rate change on the veterans tags. That's what that is.
So, you know, I don't know, they're about 2 or 3 inches this month, which I'm happy and excited to get the opportunity to really be part of this body, but our citizens aren't gonna like this. So if we have those comments, I think that's part of Administrative Procedures Act requirement. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I would think we'd be more proactive that if we're taking the time to create public comment periods and allow for that, we should make sure it's very transparent. So communications, if
Try to
we
get with
get
them
on
to
it.
make sure they
Okay.
get it posted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I mean, I know it's posted on the
Thank
web,
you,
but I'll
Sharon.
get with them to get some.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Keener?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that was my question too, Sharon, and I'm glad, I was going to ask you today, and you said January 31st on the
Yes.
tags.
Yes.
Then after that, how quickly will it be in the
If there are any comments out there, then we have to deal with those comments. If not, then it will move forward to the next committee meeting here. It'll come back to you all.
Okay, then after, then say it passes the committee
It goes
next
to full
month,
council,
and the full council.
and then it's done.
Okay.
Because it's already been through my commission,
Okay, Tuesday morning, it will take effect.
as soon as it's signed.
Yeah, yes. Okay, well, that's good. And which brings me to your number 3 there on the tax exempt legislation.
Yes.
I was going to ask you how quickly that was moving.
We have 6 months on that, and we have met with CNE twice. Had another meeting on Friday, trying to work with them on getting a software that the cards will work with their software that they have in their accounting books and things like that. So that's where we're at right now, working with them and their IS department to make sure whatever card we get, whether it's gonna be hand keyed or if it winds up being something that can just be swiped, it has to be something that's compatible with their current software. So we're working with them right now to make sure that whatever we use is gonna work for them and get those procedures out.
That'd be probably the last quarter of the year possibly.
Well, we've been, let's see, that was in December. I'm hoping within the next 60 days we'll know something on that.
But I mean, when it will go into effect.
We just have 6 months, so it'll be,
And who are you working with at CNA?
I'm working with Dina Guy.
Okay.
She's here.
Okay.
Working with Dina and Paul Gerald. And
Very
then
good.
they've got their team together, so.
Okay. Just want to make sure they realize.
Oh, yes, we've had 2 meetings and we have another one scheduled on Friday.
Okay. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Fraley?
Just quickly, Sharon, thank you, and Realty and the AG's office, will pass it on to Todd, for helping the constituents from Mays County this morning. They were very happy, and they weren't happy when they came here. So you monitored that very well, thanks.
Thank you, we appreciate that. Like I told her, it's not our goal to close anybody. We want them to stay open, we just have to make sure that we're doing everything we do.
That was good.
Anything further, Counselor? Thank you. Counselor Stewart?
Yes, I just want to say, and you said it there a while ago, that this act with the veterans tax, it was, the procedures, you had 6 months to come up with them. So I think that'll be probably when, July or?
June, July.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Walker-Sticks, did you have a question?
Yes, remember a while back, I was trying to get the tax information from all the smoke shops, the retail sales and everything.
Uh-huh.
I still haven't received anything yet.
You haven't?
No,
I thought we
and I
sent
haven't heard a FOIA either from Mr. Hembry,
No, I haven't
from the
seen
BIA.
that.
Yeah.
Like, what, you just wanted the total sales?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought I sent that, and that comes in your monthly report too, but I can get it for you.
Yeah, if you would send an email, and I'll follow up with Todd.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Counselor. Anything further from Ms. Webster? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sandy? Self-governance?
I provided you with a couple of handouts earlier. The booklet on the national strategy for self-governance. I won't go into a lot of detail with that because I'm providing that information to you, which basically gives the consensus of the national strategy both on DOI and IHS issues with other self-governance tribes that, again, on a consensus basis that we've arrived at to work together on. Another handout that I've provided to you is a correspondence with Lloyd Miller with the Sonosky firm on ongoing contract support cost issues. And I will say that this is an 8-page document, so if this is more information than you care to know, if you have any questions on that, I will be glad to answer any of those after you've had a chance to read that. Basically, there was the latest information is that on the IHS side, the tribal attorneys, along with, I believe there were DOJ, Department of Justice attorneys, as well as agency attorneys. It was just an attorney meeting that was held the 17th of this month. Basically, the agency has also contracted with an accounting firm of Cotton and Company that's worked on these issues in the past for the agency. Basically, IHS has sent out correspondence wanting the tribes to come up with actual cost data. That would be very cumbersome for all the tribes to do. One thing that I want to point out to you is, and I want to be very clear, that I know with the $50 million claim that we have, I want to be clear that it will be some time before that is litigated or settled upon. What they are discussing right now with the IHS side is that that is not a class action versus DOI is a class action. That is being handled by the Department of Justice. The agency does not take the lead in that particular case. Versus IHS, that is not a class action. So they're talking about all the different avenues that those cases are taking for the individual tribes and what would be the best course of action to come to agreement with each individual tribe. Some of the issues that have been, or one of the options that have been raised is to come up with basically principles for all to abide by. Nonetheless, these are ongoing discussions. Lloyd Miller is taking the lead. We're in a coalition of tribes that he represents. For one thing, that helps with our attorney costs, attorney fees, when we join with other tribes. Also, a lot of that work we do in my office to try to keep those costs down if there's some things that we can do as far as calculations and so forth. But basically, that's an overview of contract support costs. I will say that is cases or claims that we have for past years. One of the key things that I want to work towards is, from this point forward, how do we work with the agency to ensure that, we don't want to keep going year after year and have to sue yet again. So unless we deal with this going forward, we're just going to be in the same situation of having to litigate again, go through the process to try to get our full payment. The key issue is for the tribes to be fully funded. And at the end of the Raymond case, the Supreme Court gave, I think it's 4 or 5 options that basically could resolve this issue going forward. And one of those, which we would like to see, is for Congress to fully fund contract support costs. We are the only government contractor that does not get our full contract support cost. So that would be the ultimate resolution, is for them to fully fund us at the amount that it should be. If we had to name Halliburton or someone like that, we might have a different outcome. But so anyway, there's two issues when we talk about contract support cost. It's those settlements from the past, and then what are we going to do moving forward. One follow-up issue that I wanted to bring to your attention was, I believe Ms. Cowan Watts had asked about the CDC advisory committee and a letter that the nation had submitted. Primarily, what's happening is the Centers for Disease Control has basically moved forward on some policy and issues without consultation. We brought those issues up at the National IHS Advisory Committee meeting last week, and all of the tribes agreed with our position and have actually asked that we should write a letter on behalf of the Self-Governance Advisory Committee in that regard. But that would be a collective position for self-governance tribes, so I wanted to follow up on that. Also, just to let you know, we did get the Federal Highway Agreement signed, and we have received payments, so that's another one down. So that's all the updates I have, unless you have any questions.
Very good. Councilor Cowan Watts.
Thank you. So I have made a request for that letter, and I still not received a copy of it, Mr. Henry.
What letter is that?
The letter that was written from Chief Baker's office to the CDC.
Give it to me, we'll make sure that she gets it.
You have it, but
Okay. I get a lot of things.
Noted for the record that.
I'll take away one of my thank yous on that. How's that? No.
Very
But
good.
yeah, just resend it to me.
Any further questions for Ms. Handy?
Well,
I'm sorry, Mr. Keener had a question. You still have the floor, Councilor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pardon me for just about Councilman Keener. So, I was kind of reviewing an earlier Sinosky memo, and I think that deadline was around September 2012. There was some kind of deadline in there, September 2012, in terms of building and then litigation timeframes.
the only thing I can think of is the deadline for, here again, I'm not an attorney, but it's the statute of limitations, I think is 6 years. So they wanted to be sure that if you had not filed a claim, I think it would have been, 2006, that you had done so. In other words, the statute of limitations was running out and he was making tribes aware that you needed to get that done if you hadn't already.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Keener.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you give us an update on the possible cut for IHS? Are they still talking about 8%?
Yes. The continuing resolution currently goes through March the 27th. However, sequestration date is March the 1st. Now, you're asking me to look in a crystal ball as to what Congress is going to do. I did ask some questions of agency staff, agency financial staff, as far as what direction they had, or communication they had had with OMB. And again, it comes down to, even though the sequestration percentage is out there, percentage of what? And I think that was one of the questions that I was trying to get. Is it based off of last year's appropriations? Are they going to base it off of the House mark, Senate mark, 8% of what? And quite frankly, the response I got back was they didn't know. But keep in mind that currently a continuing resolution is based on last year's appropriation. So we have last year's amount prorated for the amount of days through March 27th. When sequestration kicks in, it'll be retroactive for the full year. So even though we're continuing to get payment based on last year's appropriation through the 27th, we will get, my understanding is, we will get a cut that will be retroactive for the full year.
But we don't know what the 8.2, is 8.2, we don't know what that's based on, I mean, we really can't say what's going to happen.
And it's my understanding as of right now that, we were trying to find a way to get IHS exempted, and my understanding that has not happened as of right now.
Keep us up to date on that, please. Update on that.
So in other words, my understanding right now is IHS would get the full 8.2% cut along with everyone else that is not exempted.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further questions from Ms. Hamby? Thank you, Ms. Hamby. Mr. Hubbingberg, brief report for the Gaming Commission.
Since I know there's probably not enough time for all the thank yous you have in store for me, I'll just take your smiling faces and just say this enough.
We'll email those to you.
I think you have my reports. And one thing I would like to add to it is that the FY 2012 audits have been finalized. They have been submitted to the NIGC as well as the State Compliance Agency in compliance with their requirements. So we're good for one more year. Other than that, I'll take any questions.
Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jane, is there any policy and procedure for comps for elected officials?
For elected officials? No.
Do you keep a running tab on that?
We do keep an eye on the complementaries as a part of our internal control standards, and those are subject to review by us as well as CMB's internal audit group. And I know management also has policies and procedures that govern the activity where complementaries are concerned.
When's the last time y'all met?
On comps in particular, we are just wrapping up our complementary audit that should be issued today. We have a requirement under NIGC regulations to audit that particular aspect of the gaming operation at least once a year. In this year, we typically share audit responsibility. So last year, CMB audit did it, and I believe they did it the year before that as well. But this year, we finished the audit and hope to issue it. Just like I said, we finished looking at the final draft yesterday. I think the audit manager is going to look at it and finalize it today. We should be getting it out.
You have an idea of what that number is?
Of comps themselves? At this point, I could not give you a very good number. I can say that we have looked into a level of comps that you're looking at anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000 of those at least a month, on 4 different things, whether it be for food and beverage or hotel or what have you. But the comps can range from as little as $3 as high as several hundred.
2,000 to 3,000 for.
That's company-wide. So the total number of complimentaries that have been issued for a particular month could be anywhere between 2,000 and 3,000.
How do you break those down, elected officials and everything else?
For elected officials, we don't break them down. What we do is keep track of those by venue and by individual player. One of the things that CNE does as a part of management's participation in a complementary scheme is to evaluate a person's worth, if you will, in determining how much comps that they have. As a part of that, they keep track to figure out how much you have received up to this point, how much credit, if you will, you have built up with them, to see how much more comps you're able to receive. They are discretionary, so there's not necessarily a formula that they use. It's more of an art to figure out whether or not they want to issue a comp to a person. And most usually it is done on players' worth, but there are some that are otherwise discretionary.
It's not pretty easy to base the worth on a public or elected official.
You don't
have to answer that one.
Thank you.
So there's really no way to track that as it.
Well, the comps themselves, yes, there is. The comps themselves, they have to be filled out by somebody, number one, that has the authority to issue a comp. And each individual that is granted that authority, we know of those because we approve their complementary policies as well as their matrix that shows by position who can comp and to what level. The second thing that is required is the name of the person receiving that comp. So whenever that slip is written out, if it says Jamie Hummingbird on that slip, that is what will be entered into the accounting system and all entered into the game. So after it's all said and done, I can go in there and I can search Jamie Hummingbird, and if however many I have during that month, it'll show me what I had, how much I was given a comp for, where I redeemed it, and on what day, and by whom. So there are detailed records that are kept for each comps that, each comp that is issued, and we have that ability within the advantage system to go back and look and see how much a particular person may have received during that month.
So the Cherokee Phoenix could FOIA that and find that.
I would say they could try. I'm not sure about the legalities of divulging that type of information, but I would have to defer to our attorneys to answer that.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Conwitz.
Thank you. So along that same line, so if we go in, I don't remember having to ever sign for anything if we're there for like if it's tickets at the joint or something else, but that's tracked by email over here. So if somebody wanted to know, or Barbara, I think tracks that. But what if you go in and you're demanding dinner for you and your friends, or a suite, or limo ride, or whatever that is? How does that track? Like what happens internally? What would I see if I was just watching this?
It should be taking one of two avenues, depending on what the nature of the business is. I mean, it could be issued underneath a comp, and again, if it's issued as a straight complimentary, it should follow that process that I just outlined as far as all the detailed information that is required. It could be treated as a business expense, depending on what it is. And business expenses are different than a comp because you're not necessarily basing it on a person's worth as a player. It'll be something that you're doing as a part of doing business. But there again, even those are tracked to a level of detail for management to see what money was spent and on whom. So there should be records of anything that is dispersed by the casino or charged to a department within the casino. It has to be for auditing purposes.
Very good. Okay, you answered it. Very helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Baker.
Yes, we do not have a copy of the report.
Oh, it did not make it? I apologize. I will make sure I'll get that over here to you.
Thank you.
One last thing, if I might, Mr. Chair, just as a substance to that, the nation this last year in FY 2012, or excuse me, calendar year 2012, contributed a little over $16 million to the state through the compact fee payments. It brings our grand total up to, through the end of December, to a little over $117 million for the life of the compact. So, but that will be in the report that I sent you. I apologize for that. I thought the report made it up.
16 million, 117. Go over those two things.
Sure, certainly.
Go over those last two.
The last two, for calendar year 2012, the total amount of payments that we made to the state, Fair Meadows, and Oklahoma Horse Racing Commission, $16,255,917.11. Total life of the compact, $117,289,220.39.
Thank you.
Jamie, thank you for keeping us apprised on all the trends. You've done a really good job.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, Tim. Is Mr. Justice available, citizenship, registrar citizenship data update? Okay.
And you skipped the election commission?
Oh, yeah, I did skip the election commission. I didn't think anyone was here. I asked him earlier, no one was in the room. I mean, I asked earlier, no one.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you. But can we make sure that somebody's, because we've got, regardless of where any of us sit on the lawsuit, we have deadlines that are already passed in terms of reporting out and how we're going to expect, even according to their own regulations, we're past deadlines on precincts and other stuff. We haven't even had them brought forward.
Noted. Madam Speaker, do you have a motion?
Yes, I have a motion to amend the agenda to bring up numbers 2 through 9 of new business to be the next item.
Okay. Would you piggyback Councilman Baker's?
Yes, I'll go ahead and put that in there too.
Very good. And we'll have Councilman Baker's, where do you want Councilman Baker's placed? I know that your purpose was when we have nominees waiting, so.
Yeah, let's just place it towards the end of the.
We'll put Councilman Baker's
And get
as
those
a.
nominees taken care of.
All right, Councilman Baker's is a new 13. Items 2 through 9 move to our very next items. We have a motion, we have a second. Who's our second? Kara's our second. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, same sign. Very good, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you'd take number 2 and introduce it, and then I would say a few words.
Yes,
You would yield back.
this is a resolution confirming the nomination of Chris Carter as a commissioner of the Cherokee Nation Election Commission, and I will put that in the form of a motion.
Madam Speaker, it's Tax Commission.
Tax Commission, I stand corrected, I'm sorry.
I'll second that.
Councilman Hargis, would you yield to me, Madam Speaker?
Yes, I would.
Councilors, Mr. Carter's has the flu. He is not able to attend today. He will be at full council if he's passed forward. I can tell you that Chris Carter is a very well-respected businessman in Veneta. He operates a business called Shout and Sack. It's a convenience store. It's also a catering business that operates in northeast Oklahoma. I think he's very well suited for this position and would urge his approval and take any comments from the body. Councilor Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was very impressed with his resume. It's coming from somewhere else in the Cherokee Nation. I was excited to see someone from up north, so I don't know if you had party to that, but appreciate that there was other representation in the tribe, and it looks like he's a veteran, and that's really good. I do have several questions for him. And I'd like assurance from the body that if we support him going forward, that we have that same opportunity to properly vet him as we would do a committee, but at full council. And have time to ask those questions and be given that same level of respect as an equal member of the body to do the vetting at council, and that we would not pass him unless he was present at council, since normally we would have him here.
Well, Counselor, I can give you my commitment as a co-sponsor that if he is unable to attend full council, I will move to table for a month. I anticipate he'll be there absent illness.
Much appreciated, thank you.
With any further questions or comments on Mr. Carter?
Move to approve?
Move to approve this resolution, take a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Very good. Now move to new business. The next item of business is resolution confirming Mr. Gord. That has been withdrawn, correct, Madam Speaker?
I believe so, and I
Yes.
believe that's what.
That has been withdrawn.
Okay, Mr. Gord's nomination has been withdrawn. Thank you, sir. Next.
A point of information, who was this gonna replace? Just as a preference. Okay, and I thought Gerald Walford was one of ours as council, wasn't that one of our appointees?
I think we researched that, did we not, Shelley? What did we conclude on that?
Paperwork says it's chief's appointment.
Yeah, the paperwork in our research said it was the chief's appointment.
Okay, so Gerald Walford was the chief's appointee, but it was to replace him. Okay,
Okay, very good.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Next, new business item number 4, the nomination, confirming the nomination of Stacy Leeds. Madam Speaker, would you take this?
This is a resolution confirming the nomination of Stacy L. Leeds as the Commissioner of the Cherokee Nation Gaming Commission. She is here today to answer questions, and I will put that in the form of a motion.
I will second. Moved and second by Counselor Walking Stick. Wait, we've got several questions or seconders that are jumping up here. Very good. Madam Speaker, you still have the floor.
Well, I've known Stacy for a long time, and I think her record speaks for itself. She has served us in various capacities with the nation, and I believe she'll make a good nominee for the Cherokee Nation Gaming Commission. I would ask each and every one of you all to support her.
Very good. Councilman Lay next on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to be added as a sponsor to this person, please, and I fully support this nomination. Thank you.
Very good, Councilman. Thank you. Councilman Baker, did you have a?
Amy's a sponsor too, please.
Certainly. Anything? Yeah, Councilman Angler. I had Councilman Walking Stick next on my list. Do you have a question, Councilman?
I just want to, Stacy, thanks for taking the time to come be on this commission. I know you got a lot of big responsibilities being the dean of the law school for U of A. Pretty big time. So, I much appreciate you.
Councilor Calmons.
Good, thank you. And if Councilman Hoskin and Jordan, if you would accept, I would like to be accepted as his co-sponsor, but I also had questions.
Certainly, Councilor.
Thank you so much. You're one of the more qualified nominees we've seen. I'm glad you were able to take on the additional service. I was excited that you were going to be on this. We get, having one of the larger gaming facilities in our community, we get a lot of questions.
You got to.
So I just want reassurance on a couple of things. That first of all, given your workload, that you would be free to come in to consider those gaming license and those kind of things.
Sure. One of the things that I had to do before I could accept the nomination moving forward was get a full conflict check as far as time check with the folks at the University of Arkansas. In doing so, I had an opportunity to visit with some of the current commissioners as well as Jamie to get a full assessment of what we were talking about. And as long as it's scheduled far enough out like they do at their meetings, it would
Very good. And in terms of, because I know I'm excited to have you as an attorney on there and then somebody that's been in our judicial system. So we get a lot of feedback from employees about the mean gaming commission, so to speak. And I mean that in jest, but, you know, their livelihoods, right or wrong, whether they should have that gaming license or not. So it's easy as an engineer or an attorney to often see black and white, not sometimes see the gray in order to be flexible. Not that I'm suggesting we should break laws, those kind of things, but will you be understanding and helping develop policy? Will you take a more proactive role, given the assets you bring, the skill sets, and helping address what I see as some ongoing issues? I know they do a tremendous amount of work, and they do an awesome job. We have an incredible gaming commission, but we have a large volume of work in front of us.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yes.
Before I ask? Employees that are coming in for hearings after the fact, or people who are applying for licenses after the fact? I'm interested in the perception problem.
I think it's after the fact, when there's an appeal hearing and such, and understand. And part of it's on the casino side in terms of C&E, and actually communicating issues after the gaming commissions issue their requirements. But I think there's an opportunity there that I think that you can address.
I will certainly communicate that.
Very good. And then you may have heard the questions around comps and such. I think it's maybe become a pretty serious issue in our facilities. The feedback we get, there's a lot of concern. Is that something that you would take on, even if it meant taking on issues with people that you're familiar with? And
sure, and that's stuff that all has to be reported to NIGC anyway. So it's tracked. It's just a question of how much information about a person under our own laws is accessible. So if the laws are there that kind of information is released, of course we would follow that.
Well, the feedback I'm getting is that there may actually have to be action. It's been so significant. So I think that would come from the Gaming Commission to initiate any investigations and requests for prosecution even, or anything else, so.
And it also could come in the form of statutes for this body or rules and regulation changes by the commission, as I understand it, so it's a two-way street.
So you would also then see if there's that other room in doing our work, and you would make recommendations back to us if you guys were seeing your day-to-day work issues that we needed to address.
It would, and you know, the reputation of the Gaming Commission and its commissioners is where the buck stops with our gaming. And if there are things that look shady that are going on there, then that impacts all of us. So that's just part of the deal.
Well, excellent. You've been more than gracious. We appreciate you being here in person today with all the weather coming and accepting this nomination. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Garvin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've known Stacy for quite a few years, and she grew up over in Muskogee area. She comes from a great family, and she's also known as a basketball player over our way. And you still run the court, that's the same?
A little bit.
Yeah,
A
okay.
little bit slower.
I have one question. Big 12 Conference Faculty Fellowship in 2006. What was that like?
It's an interdisciplinary research project between all of the schools in the Big 12. So I actually did research in Kansas, Oklahoma during that time. So we sent people to other schools.
You got me down as co-sponsor.
We do, and we'll recheck all these co-sponsors before we get to full council.
And Chair, if there's ever a math problem, it's this gentleman's fault right here. The math teacher.
Very good. No. Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Fishing Pump.
Thanks, you know what the deal was, I talked to you on the phone and everything else. I'll be voting on for your committee, I told you you had to vote. And you know, it was because of the position that you're replacing somebody from either county. That's about it, I told Chief Rucker that I wanted these positions spread around more. Okay, thank you, Stacy.
Councilor Fulbright.
Yes, thank you. Well, I've never met you before, but I read your credentials, very impressive, and I think I'm the only sitting councilor that served on the gaming commission for many, many years, and I know what a tremendous job it is. And we do have a great gaming commission. They've been doing a really good job, and I feel like you've got the qualifications to do it, and I kind of wondered about if you had the time. As Councilor Kellen Watts brought up, we on the council side get a lot of calls about employees at the casinos that they've been suspended and they want to be reinstated. We tell them to go through the chain of command. It finally winds up with the gaming commission. Sometimes you have to make some really hard decisions because of all the rules and regulations you have to follow. And your time is valuable for the law school down there. And I just wondered if you've got, do you have plenty of time? Or what do you make the time?
And I think
it's a
that-
service, I know.
I think that if things weren't as easy as they are now with email and phone and doing stuff offside, it would be problematic. But given the fact that there's one day set aside to do most of the bulk of the hearings and that type of thing, I think it'll be manageable.
I think it'll be a great addition, quite long. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Ford.
Yes, Ms. Leeds, I know your qualifications are great. I know you're very capable of this job. I have two problems. One problem is you're replacing Mr. Larry Adair. I really don't know you personally. I've known Mr. Adair since the 1970s, early 1970s. And he's helped me when I was working for the state, and I helped him when he was running. The other thing is I'm seeing too many appointees out of Cherokee County and around this area here close. A lot of them are favors, a lot of them are kin folks. And I think we could stand a few appointees down around Sequoia County. And I have nothing against you, Stacy.
That's fair.
You know, I've talked to you at my house, and I don't have a thing. But that's where I'm sitting. And I'm always been straightforward with people, and I'm going to be straightforward with you.
Appreciate that.
Mhm.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Burke.
You're not from Cherokee County, correct?
I'm from Muskogee,
Okay.
but I mean, you all know I've got a house out on Highway 10 here.
Okay.
that I've had for a
Just
while.
trying to clarify that. Well, first, I'd like to commend you for even considering this nomination and taking time for that. Could you just maybe give us a little update on what some of the issues you have been working on that would pertain to this nomination?
Well, I've got two things that I'm working on right now, and it gets somewhat to Councilman Fulbright's issue about time management, so I'll tell you where the parameters are, where they end. First thing, I'm an appointee for Department of Interior following the Cobell litigation. They've got 5 people that they put together to make some recommendations about reforming the trust administration and trust assets in the Department of Interior. That's a 2-year appointment. It ends next November, but we have quarterly meetings. So we're supposed to put together a post-Cobell fix of what to do with maybe Office of Special Trustee, Department of Interior Management, that type of thing. So working on that. And then in the gaming arena, there is a big dispute right now between the state of New York and the Seneca Nation. And there has been a breach of their agreement. Each other take two different sides about whether the other has violated a compact or not. Seneca Nation's got about $460 million tied up in an escrow account, and they've stopped making their payments to the state about the interpretation of that compact. So I'm on a 3-person panel right now that's doing the arbitration about that case, and we'll hear that in May in New York City. So I presume that that'll be wrapped up by the end of the summer too.
Well, thank you very much. And Councilor Walker-Stick wants to challenge you. And 3-point, I'm going with you. Yeah, I'm going with you on that. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Hargis.
Stacy, I just want to say I do support you, and although we would all appreciate the board appointees being from our county, I don't think that's, a basis for voting, and we're here to do what's in the best interest of the Cherokee Nation, and I know you'll do a great job, and I appreciate you taking this on.
Anything, I just have one brief comment. Sometimes I feel strong about having somebody from my county. I don't begrudge that. In fact, I have someone from my county that got appointed, but I think there's a Stacy Leeds exception to some of these things, and that's when you have somebody who's been a public figure and a public servant that's given so much to the nation that we're really burdening her to come back. That's what I think, and she's accepting it. I can't think of a position in Cherokee Nation that she wasn't qualified to do. And beyond that, Stacy Leeds, you inspire a lot of young people, particularly young girls. I have a daughter. And if we can bring successful people, particularly successful women, back into the nation to serve, I mean, we're getting actually a bonus out of that because of what this message is sent. So I'm glad you've come back. I know you don't have to come back, but I'm glad you've decided to come back to give us a little bit of your time. So I will be supporting you. And we'll recap all the sponsors before full council to make sure these are all listed properly. If there's nothing further, let's, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
No.
Very good, thank you. Next is new business item number 5. Madam Speaker, I hate to keep picking on you, but would you take this one?
That's okay. This is a resolution confirming the nomination of Janice Carlisle Randall as a board member of the Cherokee Nation Foundation. Ms. Randall is with us today to answer questions, and I will put that in the form of a motion.
Second.
Second by Councilman Byrd. Welcome. Madam Speaker, you still have the floor. Anything further?
Well, I've known Ms. Randall for a number of years. She is the, are you the court? Yes, the
It's like CEO.
Yeah, she's in charge of the Boys and Girls Club here in this area, does an outstanding job with that. She is a former school teacher, and this is the Educational Foundation, and I think she would bring a lot of insight to that position. And I would encourage you all to consider her and vote for her. She is from Tahlequah, Mr. Thornton, but she is a good candidate for this position.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councilor Walking-Stick.
She's Carlisle.
We'll let Councilor Walking-Stick as a sponsor without objection. Any further questions or comments with respect to the nominee? All right. Hearing none. Do you have anything to share with us?
Me?
Yes.
I do represent all the Native American clubs in Oklahoma, and so I think this would be a great opportunity to get information out to all of our kids in Oklahoma.
Very good. Very good. All right. Okay. Mr. Thornton.
I realize you're from Tahlequah, but I see Carlisle.
Yeah. They're everywhere. I know, I got a big family. That takes up Sequoia County. That's the original place, I forgot about that.
Yeah. Anything further for the Councilor Gunwitz?
Thank you. I apologize for stepping out for a moment. You did say you're a Cherokee Nation citizen. Are you familiar with the Cherokee Nation Foundation?
Yes.
Okay. So if you honor the continued commitment of donors, like I know my family and I helped with a extra family member that passed away. So we've endowed a scholarship through the foundation. And so I assume that's something that would be easy for you to continue that commitment, honor however money's been donated in the past.
Yes, I would like to do that, especially, seeing what has worked already.
I think there's legal requirements around it that once money's endowed and donated for certain reasons, that it wouldn't be
That it continues.
altered
Oh,
from what the donor's wishes are.
right.
Okay.
We did that. Some of our donations also.
Okay. And then, how do you see the Cherokee Nation Foundation's relationship with Cherokee Nation education?
As I was telling them, the Native American clubs in Oklahoma, Boys and Girls Club Native American clubs,
Okay.
distributing all that information to those students so that, they could get the scholarships if they're Cherokee or.
Okay. So what about the existing programs? I know in our community, we have one Boys and Girls Club, and it's sort of a smaller portion of the overall community. And so there's these really innovative programs that the foundation's done in terms of college prep and ACT, SAT prep testing, a number of things, and like junior achievement.
Right, those are all Boys and Girls Club programs.
Okay, so, but the way I hear what you're saying is it would be only limited to those communities with Boys and Girls Club, and they've done a broader reach.
No, I just said that is a strong area that I would have representation in, but I would like to reach all of the students for getting the word out. But, are you from Bartlesville?
No, I come from the Claremore area,
Oh,
Rogers and Tulsa County, which helps.
Oh, yeah, that is a smaller, right. But we need to reach all the Cherokee students, is how I feel. And that's really my area of interest, is getting them to go to college and getting them an education.
Thank you very much for being here today and answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Okay, we'll now proceed to a vote. All those in favor of the nominee say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Madam Speaker, item number 6 is being withdrawn, I believe.
Yes, I believe we're withdrawing number 6 at this time.
He's from Cherokee County.
He is from Cherokee County. Right. And for the record, the withdrawal is because of a interpretation of the bylaws.
Yes.
Just to make that clear in the record. Let's now move to item number 7. Councilor Fishingham, would you take item number 7, Ms. Sly? Okay. Do we have a second? Very efficient. Councilor Fulbright?
I want to be added as a
She
sponsor.
wants to be added as a sponsor. Very good.
I'm Dr. Sly, long-term, my highest supporter.
Dr. Sly, thank you for being here. We'll give you an opportunity to kind of give some introductory remarks, and then we'll probably have some questions for you from the committee. Go ahead.
I'm privileged and I'm just honored that I would be considered for such a position of trust. And I've been fortunate to be able to serve the Cherokee people since the mid-70s. And so I'm looking forward to this. This is I've served on boards for national organizations, and so I'm looking forward to serving my people. Thank you for the opportunity.
Very good. Thank you, Dr.
Consideration.
Any further questions for the nominee, Councilor Cowan-Watts?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if it's necessarily for Dr. Sly. I want to appreciate you being here and your continued service. But for the record, what position is being replaced on the board? Or is this an addition?
I don't know the answer to that question
Is there someone
offhand.
going off in order for Dr. Sly to come on?
I see Ms.
board?
Gilliland in the background. She may have.
We did have one open position, which Mrs. Randall ended up filling, and then Dr. Sly will be replacing Dr. Shelley Butler-Allen.
All right, very good.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Garvin?
Yeah, I just want to be added as a sponsor and want to say that Dr. Sly is an excellent superintendent. She was the superintendent at Sequoia when I was there, and I strongly recommend her, and I think she'll do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. We'll get you added. Anything further for the nominee? Okay, hearing nothing further, let's move to a vote. All those in favor of the nomination say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Congratulations. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Okay, we now move down to item number 8. This is a resolution confirming the nomination of Fanny Robinson as a member of the Board of Directors of Cherokee Nation Waste Management That's a fishing hobby. Did you take that? If I haven't taken it already.
Yes, and she is here, because I know her, she's from Adair County. Joe might know her. And she's got a lot of background in this. And I would move for her approval.
Second.
Any questions for the nominee? Questions?
Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes.
What Dawn called it.
What county is she from?
Adair County, and the next one is two.
I tell you what, we getting all these from here. We on number 9.
The landfills in Adair County.
Tina, would you like to take this?
I would defer that to Council Lady Fisher-Long.
The next one is from Adair County, and it's Miss Lynette Collins, my neighbor and good friend. And come forward, who's worked for Cherokee Nation, her and her husband, and have been involved for years and years, and I would like to move for her.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Would you like to make some introductory remarks?
Well, my name's Luann Collins, and I'm from Adair County, and I've worked with the Cherokee Nation for 27 and a half years. I'm retired, just helping with my great-grandchildren now, so that's full time after school.
Very good. Any
But I
questions?
enjoy it.
Thank you. Any questions for the nominee? Councilor Walker-Stick added as the sponsor. Councilman Byrd?
Luann, Luann is Sadowski staff, madam.
Councilor Fulbright?
Oh, yeah, it's sponsored.
Added Councilor Fulbright as sponsor. Councilor Karen Watts?
I just had some questions.
Very good.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Collins, I stepped out to get some water, and I missed my opportunity for your new colleagues, so she got off the hook. I apologize, you're the only one getting
thought
these
mine would be
questions.
easy.
But I was real excited to see the nominees coming from where you're coming from, because I know those employees down there, I mean, that's an industry for Stillwell, whether people the waste, the landfill or not, so, I was curious if there was anything that you wanted to bring to the table that might be a new direction or a different direction in terms of the landfill that you were excited about this appointment on.
Well, I know we need the landfill in Adair County. If not, we're gonna see trash every roadside road. And I know that's been a big project for several years, and we do need the landfill kept open. So,
Was there anything else that, like recycling or?
well, I know they're doing recycling in different areas, and I know at Watts they're doing that too, but we haven't really got the bins or anything for Adair County that I'm aware of.
Okay, one last question. Did they fully disclose to you all the liability involved with this position, and are you comfortable with that?
I can take on anything.
Okay, because you're gonna have, this is a separate insurance policy and a number of things.
Just as long as I get traveling money, or whatever I have to do
Because
in Adair County.
I just want to make sure, because they had to take out, they separated it, and I think your counterpart that just was here, maybe from her, unless I switched you up on the resumes, that maybe understands like that legal liability. I think we have to separate you guys and take out separate insurance policies. And I just want to make sure we're all going in with open eyes, because it was pretty drastic when we started investigating. So one of the things is to make sure and review, to make sure that you feel comfortable with the amount of insurance that's been took out that covers your liability. Yep, thank you. Yeah, I was glad to meet both of you today, and glad that I would have supported you had I been seated. So thank you both for being here. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further, Councilor Hurts?
Luann, I just want to clarify that you do have family that lives out around that landfill, and so that kind of increases your interest in that, correct?
All right. All those in favor?
To the landfill.
Very good. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. All right, very good. Congratulations. Thank you.
Unanimous.
He did it. All right.
I'll think of everything when I sit down back here, but thanks.
Counselors, and I'd ask Madam Speaker to take it. Chris Carter is here. He battled health and rain to get here, and he also battled his own councilman telling him that this meeting was at 3 o'clock, which his councilman thought it wasn't 3 o'clock up until yesterday because his own councilman messed up on the time. But Madam Speaker, would you make a motion to amend the agenda to have Mr. Carter come up here, introduce himself, and answer some questions? We may as well do this because he's gone all this way. Yes.
Yes, I would. I would ask Mr. Carter to come to the podium and let the body go ahead and ask questions. I know he came here through a lot of wind and rain.
I second the motion.
Okay, second motion to amend the agenda. This is just to amend the agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. All right, so Chris, we're doing things backwards here. You've actually already been approved. You didn't even have to show up, but councilors did have questions for you, and I've already introduced you and mentioned that when it comes to a business leader in Veneta, Oklahoma, there's nobody stronger than Chris Carter. And when it comes to philanthropy and activism in the community to help people, kids, elders, there's nobody stronger than Chris Carter. That's why I'm glad that he's accepted this nomination. But there may be some questions for you, but before we get to the questions, could you give us some brief, just introductory remarks?
Okay, my name is Chris Carter. I've been in Veneta, Oklahoma my whole life, except when I spent 4 years in the military. I've got 3 children. I've got 2 sons. I've got a daughter, and I've been married from my high school sweetheart since 1968. I've been in business since 1977. I've been in the convenience store business since 73, but I put my own business in 77. And we've got a catering business. I'm very active in the Catholic Church, and I've been commander of the American Legion, VFW, and the Disabled Vets, and spent my life in Veneta and enjoy it. And I've known the Hoskins for quite some time, and I'm a little active with the Cherokee Indians. I've gotten more here within the last decade. But I've also been involved with, taxes, all sorts of taxes for decades. I've worked with them, done, paid my taxes on time. But basically, that's it, and I would, I enjoy being on the council for the tax commission.
Very good, very good. Do we have any questions for Mr. Carter, Councilor Canawatts?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the service, the military, and your willingness to fight your way down here today to be in front of us, because it's an important part of our process, our governmental process, so thank you. I hail from over in Claremore, just down below you.
Okay, yeah.
Just for reference. My questions really are around future that appears to be happening that I think you'll have to be considering as a tax commissioner. How do you feel about smoke shops bringing on alcohol, and potentially you would have to be regulating that in what formerly that didn't exist, or even gaming that appears like that there may be, where I'm getting rumblings or that they'd be putting gambling machines into individual smoke shops owned by individuals. How do you feel about that? What does that do in terms of policy and your really difficult job as a tax commissioner?
Well, when it comes to the cigarette tax and everything, I understand that, but when it comes to like adding more things to them, I think that should go up to the council and the chief, and then, basically make that call. And then, whatever they came out with, I would, enforce it or do whatever I, had to do to, make everything right.
So you'd be comfortable with that?
Probably, but I really don't know, because to me, it's kind of like apples and oranges there. I realize that gaming commission, your taxes on the gaming commission, I assume now, are different from, your retail end of it. And then your smoke shops, I understand that, the tobacco tax on that. I understand all retail taxes. And alcohol is, I would rather just put that on the chief and the council's table.
Well, unfortunately, we put it back on yours. I think it's part of the
Yeah.
regulation
Yeah.
of those activities.
Yeah.
And I think any tribal citizen should have input in this process regardless of who has to make that decision. That you would have even extra duty to provide input to us if we're going to make that kind of decision that you would then be responsible for.
I probably wouldn't be uncomfortable with it. I would, probably the way things are changed is probably going to happen someday. And I'm sure that when it came up, I would, research it more and look at it more. And whatever I had to do, I would do it.
Thank you for your time today. I hope your travels home are safe.
Okay, all right.
Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Any further questions for Mr. Carter? Oh, Mr. Garvin, I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for being here today. I don't know how much rain we got out there, but.
Rained all the way.
Did it?
Yes, real hard.
We need it. Something caught my attention on your resume is the name of your place, Shout and Sack. It's quite unique. Can you tell us how you got that?
Yeah, okay. At the time, I was at a softball tournament, and I seen a place that had a drive-through window. And I was working at a convenience store there before I went into it. This was in about 1975. And I said, something that would make something different in a small town. So when I built the store, I put a drive-through window. There was only about 4 of them in the whole state at the time. And you could drive up to the window. I had a speaker intercom system. You could shout it out. We would sack it for you, bring it to the, And we kept that for several years until the laws changed with the alcohol and tobacco. But, one time in Oklahoma, you could be 18 and sell beer. I mean, they changed a lot of laws and stuff. And so we expanded, so I took that out. That's how I ended up having the same.
You didn't have a speaker, you just shouted.
Yeah, when I first just shouted it, eventually, if the window was closed, you couldn't hear them. So yeah, we put speakers out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Any further questions for Mr. Carter? All right, Mr. Carter, you've already passed the body. You'll be passed on to full council next month. That's where this body will vote on you next. Appreciate you being here. Thank you, sir. Next order of business. We're at old business item number 1, an act relating to drug testing for elected officials. And Mr. Thornton?
Yes, I'll make a motion to pass it.
Okay, we have a motion to pass. We have a second.
I'll second.
Second by Frankie Gottsman first there. Councilor Hargis. Any discussion? Councilor Cowan-Watts.
I have several logistical questions. People have asked me about this. So what happens if someone tests positive? Are they removed from office? What goes on here? There's a deafening silence to questions.
What now?
So what happens if someone tests positive?
Same thing that would happen to an employee of the Cherokee Nation.
Put on a leave of absence?
Are they removed?
I have no idea.
Okay. That's what I understand.
So has this been tested?
I don't think the policies and procedures are brought forward yet, but we probably need to make some.
Councilor
No,
Cowan-Watts.
policies aren't in place as of yet.
I just want, Dan Barker Harold, I wonder if you could speak to this question.
It's,
It just simply.
I have the same question. You still have the floor, but I have the same question.
okay, yeah, so let's,
In the act, if you look at section 5 under A, and then you'll see B and E, it says that the council will develop policies for the running of drug testing, and the chief and his group will develop their own policies. So it's, once this is passed, then you all will, this body will develop the policies that involve And it's independent, this is the legislative branch, is independent from the executive branch. And that's how I was asked to draft it.
So,
They used to.
what if it's a false positive? I mean, how do we know, like, I mean, I'm sure they're probably pretty accurate now, I don't know. So, in what recourse does something happen if it tests positive?
Well, in other scenarios, that person can ask for that sampling to be confirmed, to get a second testing, you could add that to your policy. There's all those things that you can address in that manner.
So unlike, I mean, if it is a personnel issue in the tribe, I assume the whole tribe doesn't get notified if X, Y, Z employee tests positive for some kind of drug. So how is it going to be like an elected official tests positive? Does the entire world immediately know, or how does that work? Are we waiving our rights to HIPAA and other stuff?
Well, number one, if you look at C, there is a specific provision about any tribal counselor that has any kind of, and I put this in there to address those things because we all have different health problems, high blood pressure, diabetes, taking cholesterol medications, maintenance things, or if you have a potentially terminal illness or anything like that, if you're taking any kind of treatments, radiation or chemotherapy or whatever, those are all going to be according to the way this is written, and this is just a draft for you all to look at, but to make sure that there's a disclosure given to the drug testing company or laboratory that does this, but that is private information, and follow you as a council doesn't necessarily have to follow HIPAA. Still, that is some privacy information. So, for example, if you're taking certain antidepressants, for example, or something like that that you don't really want, that will be disclosed so that they'll know what they may find, and that would be exempt if it's a physician's prescription or whatever.
So do officials include contractors? I mean, because I'm getting emails from constituents, for example, and this free is answering Chief Baker's emails and seems to be driving a lot of stuff. Would she be included in this testing, or any other contractors in major positions like that?
According to,
because I think the way I read it, she would.
well, I mean, that would be up to the interpretation of the Attorney General.
So that would be in the policy of the administrative branch?
This is just a policy that I was asked to write.
Official is?
The chief.
Elected officials mean any elected or duly appointed officials from the Cherokee Nation, including the principal chief, deputy chief, and tribal council members. So therefore, contractors would not be applicable to this act.
But the cabinet members would, and chief appointees. So when you say appointees,
Appointee is someone that you appoint and is confirmed by the council. So to get to your question, Ms.
so
Free
all
would
our
not.
commissioners would be them?
Could very well, yes.
If you want to extend it to that part.
It says shall, so if we include that, all the commissioners are going to be drug tested as well. That's what I read that.
Could very well.
There's no option, it says
Could very
shall.
well. This has been pending for the council with for me to review and ask the questions. We've had it a couple of times, so it's just a draft at this point for you all to determine how you want to.
Now, who's going to decide what is cause? So if somebody's harassing me, for example, constituent or not, and they just decide that they want to continue harassing and they use this law, so every time I turn around, I'm having to go and be tested, that's problematic to me. That is not the way this should.
Well, that's not the way random drug testing works, just because somebody continues to this body would determine what random testing is, meet with your,
What you don't do is to say, on the first Monday of every month, you're going to be drug tested, because that defeats the purpose. If you don't, it's going to happen.
So all of the cause stuff's been took out.
Well, I think so. I don't,
And is it in the policy that we'll figure out how often an individual can be randomly tested? I'd hate to be in the minority and like excessively tested just because a bunch of people decided just to harass me.
now,
I can see it.
I'm
So-
only the drafter of what I was asked to draft. I'm not the policy maker. I would defer a lot of these questions to the sponsors of this.
Okay, but the policy still has to be approved by the body, just because we do that.
Yes.
So that'll all be public.
Yes.
We can deal with, like, if you're on travel status and other stuff.
Yeah, and the other thing is, for example, if you could advertise and see who would be drug testing, and get with them to see what policies they could recommend if you all want to do that. I'm not standing up here supporting or not supporting this, I'm just the drafter.
Those were my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Keener?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We discussed this a little bit last time, and I still wasn't clear, and I don't know if that's the sponsors or council, but why does the council need a special policy? Why can't we just be like an employee? Why does it have to be special for us? Because it says
You're not an employee.
I defer to
But
the
You're not,
sponsor.
you're a special employee. You're separated from a regular employee.
And so when we adopt the policy,
So if you don't want to be drug tested, don't vote for it. If you do, we'll vote for it. If it don't bother you. I think the chief and the deputy chief have been drug tested all along for their checklist.
so I'll be first in line to get drug tested. I don't have
Okay.
any problem with it. I'm going to vote for this.
We've got to set procedures for this
Yeah.
before we get further than this.
Well, that we already have procedures for employees.
Well,
What makes that?
We may have, but that's null and void. We'll have to meet and have procedures set for it.
I just don't see what makes us different than an employee. I don't feel I'm special in that regard.
Well, I don't either, but I feel that I work for the Cherokee Nation people. And the people should know whether you pass a drug test or not. That's my
Yes,
feeling.
I agree with that.
And that's what my part of this is.
Okay.
And that's where I'm at. But we'll see.
Okay.
Anything further, Counselor
No,
Keener?
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, sir. Counselor Fulbright?
Yes, thank you. I can't support this act. I've told both sponsors I don't support it for several different reasons. And some of our constituents think that we're a dope fiend or on dope or whatever. They can vote us out of office any day they want to, you know. So I think this is a position of high trust, and we've got council people on here that's using something illegal. Well, I don't think there are. And I just think it's be like drug testing the governor or the state legislature. And I'm totally against this. As all of you know, I've never kept it a secret. I have had some serious health problems in the last couple of years, but I have overcome them. But as Councilor Watts brought up, I don't need to reveal to anyone my medication or how it affects me. And fortunately, I've always had a very happy outlook on life, so antidepressants is not part of what I do. The good Lord bless me with good nature. I can laugh about anything, but I cannot support this, and I made no bones about it from the first. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Garvin?
I just thought we might do a friendly amendment to be tested not more than one time a year.
I'll accept that.
Yes.
Take care of this every day.
Yes.
business.
Yes.
So I offer that as a friendly amendment to.
Okay. I suppose we can work the language out, but I suppose in section 5, a new section G might take care of that. In no instance shall an individual affected by this policy be tested more than once per calendar year, something to that effect. Yeah, and you're still on the list, Councilor Byrd. Anything further, Councilor Gardner?
Give a second.
It was a friendly and it was accepted by the
Thank you.
gentleman over here. Councilor Byrd.
Yes, and I truly understand certain circumstances, extreme circumstances. It's just that we've had this agenda item, Councilor Thornton, I said, let's throw it out there. You can go yes or no, and either way. But I think that the most important thing is Councilor Keener there hit is the policy is not in place. It could take quite a while for us to adopt the policy that we think is right for us. It may take months to get that in place. So this is just the first step. Then we can take our time and have all council input in the policy that when and if we adopt it. Is that fair enough? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Byrd. Councilor Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm kind of sort of all for this, but I'd like to see the details before I vote yes. I'll have to abstain today if it comes to the vote. My wife tells me I'm getting old. I think I take 7 or 8 pills now. So I don't know how that's going to affect anything. And I live 2.5 hours away, folks. So if you want me to get here in an hour, it ain't going to happen, not unless we buy the plane ride.
Maybe we'll just get a helicopter.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Snell.
Thank you. I just think that we're no different from any other employees. They need drug tested, we need drug tested. And I'll vote for this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Just a few comments. I make no bones about it either that I oppose this. I kind of have a sort of a philosophical objection in my part. I also think that the people elect us, the people can take us out of office. There's provisions for impeachment. Certainly if there's drug abuse on the council, it won't take that long to get public. It won't take that long to reach the public eye. And it won't take that long to be dealt with in some form or fashion. I think that this kind of a law at some point will be abused. I just think that it will. I don't think it doesn't matter who is in office. At some point, it's susceptible to a test coming back and it leaking out. I fear that. Now, if it, we do have positions of trust, positions of honor, but the damage of a false positive, the damage of a positive for something for which you have a prescription, but that's not disclosed till later because of some snafu, the damage is irreparable. It's irreparable harm. And if this is the path we're going to go down, I predict that irreparable harm will happen at some point. So I oppose it. I appreciate the councilors who brought this forward. I know they're deeply concerned about equality and oppose drug use and can't put it much better than Councilor Snell, but just with all due respect, I oppose it. Anything further? Councilor Fisher.
No, I'd like to add a couple of drugs to the list. Can we add it?
Yes.
In the policy.
In the policy?
You don't
Well, I
take
didn't
any
know
of
they
them,
had
what?
prohibited drugs. Like you got methamphetamine, but you don't have amphetamine on there. Or like oxycodone. Methadone. Barbiturates.
Is this a friendly amendment, Councilor?
I accept.
Has this friendly been accepted? It has been accepted. Councilor Byrd accepts. Very good. All right, this is an act. We'll take a, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, I have that.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead and communicate.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker.
I too am gonna have to oppose this. I don't mind going today for a drug test. I've been drug tested all my life in different occupations where I've accepted positions, and that's the first thing they want you to do is take a drug test. Don't have a problem with it at all. But there's a lot of loose ends in this act. I appreciate you all bringing this act forward, but I see a lot of loose ends, and I'm also I think Counselor Watts brought this up. What happens if you test positive? We don't have provisions in here of what happens as the second step. Now, I'm looking at the Constitution, and I've seen some very, very specific things that this body, a member of this body can be removed for. And they're all provided for in the Constitution. And I don't see one that covers this scenario. So you're talking about passing an act that appears to me to have no teeth. So if we have no teeth in our act, why are we passing it? Kind of a catch-22 situation. What are you going to do? Just identify someone as a drug user of some sort, but we can't throw him off the council, him or her, and we just want the public to know they use drugs? I mean, I have a real problem here because I'm not seeing any way that this is covered under our Constitution as ways of removal of someone from this body. And frankly, the friendly amendment that you just accepted from Mr. Garvin, if I'm reading this act right, it says an initial drug screening will be conducted within 30 days of the effective date of this act. So everybody in here is going to get drug tested in the first 30 days, and since that's your one time, we're not going to have random drug testing the rest of the year. I think that's the way I'm reading this. So at best, we need a little more work on this. And at worst, I think we may be trampling on the constitutional rights of people that are sitting in this room. We're not employees. That is just the thing. We are not employees. We are elected by constituents in our community. That's a whole different deal. And they're the ones that can take us out if they believe we're not doing our job or we're not acting in a way consistent with the way they want us to do. If somebody wants me drug tested, tell me. I'll go home and get my little bag of prescription drugs, and I'll go right down there, because I don't mind being tested, but I don't think this is going to get you where you want to go. And with all respect to the sponsors, I don't believe I have a lot of questions. And I don't always agree with Council Lady Watts, but on the questions that she asked, they were very viable questions about this law. So at this point in time, the way it's written, and this is with a lot of respect to the sponsors, I cannot support it in its present form.
Thank you, Councilor Count Watts.
If it's going to apply to us, is there a way that we should be including council candidates as well, and chief candidates and deputy chief candidates, and nominees? Because it includes cabinet members.
Not candidates,
Mr.
Chairman, because they're not.
You know, I was thinking a while ago while y'all was twisting this deal up. The thing about this is, people, we don't have anything in the Constitution that says employees have to be drug tested. I worked for the state for years and years and was never drug tested except for when I went into law enforcement. And then I had to be drug tested. But, you know, the way I look at it, you're for it or you're against it. You do what you want to do. I'm not trying to twist anything or put anything in anybody's mind or words or affect them in any way. It's there. We've got 6 months to a year, I would imagine, to set the procedures and the rules for this. But man, I understand what each one of you are saying. I've been through a lot in my time, and I've had to take different type of drugs of what I went through. And I appreciate y'all. I know what you're saying, know what you're doing. So I'd like to pull this thing off of here or get it voted on. And the only way that we was thinking about is that us get it voted on and get it out of here. So that's the way I see it. We're either one way or the other. So, but I've always been that way. I've never taken anything and tried to twist it around or set it around or do it any other way. So That's the way I think about it. Thank you, sir.
Sounds like the
And
question
I
was
call
called,
it-
except for Councilberg.
This will be my last comment. As a school teacher, we had voluntary drug testing. George Bush Sr. had it's called Drug DeFi at Stillwell High School. And the students could take it voluntary, and the teachers could take it voluntary. And they had it on record which teachers took the test and which ones did not. Maybe this could be something voluntary, but something on record. And there were a small percentage of the teachers that chose not to be tested. That was their call. But the students would know who did not take that test. And so how come you're demanding we take the test and Mr. So-and-so, the coach or the VOAG teacher, whomever, did not? So this is not a perfect act, and Counselor Diane, if there's something that is not with the Constitution, I mean, can we fine-tune it just a little bit more so it would satisfy the council here? That's just a suggestion.
Counselor, we can always look, I can always get with the Attorney General and get the Attorney General's opinion to see what is constitutional and what isn't. I have tried to look at other policies from other tribes to see if what they do with their council. I haven't found a tribal council or a tribe that requires this, if any other. So I was just looking for policies that I could bring to you all as sponsors, but I haven't been able to find any in that manner. But anything can be, anything can be done. We have to work with the Attorney General to meet that request if you have that request.
Well, we were first to have a written language, first schools, west of the Mississippi.
First one to do this.
Items, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Let's move to the vote. This is an act. We'll do a roll call vote. Shelley, go ahead.
Jody Fishingham,
Yes.
Meredith Fraley,
Yes.
Janelle Fulbright,
No.
Don Garvin,
Yes.
Frankie Hargis,
Yes.
Chuck Hoskin Jr.,
No.
Hannah Glory Jordan,
No.
Lee Keener,
Yes.
Dick Lay,
No, until I get details.
Curtis Snell,
Yes.
David Thornton,
Yes.
David Walkenstick,
Yes.
Kara Cowan Watts,
Yes.
Bill England,
Yes.
Jack Baker,
Yes.
Joe Byrd,
Yes.
Julia Coates. 12 yes and 4 no.
That passes. Congratulations. Glad I did that. Should have been. You should have been. Right, we are, where are we?
Old business 2.
Old business item number 2, Councilor Thornton.
Yes,
It's yours,
sir. I would appreciate pulling this until a later date, and will be brought back up at a later date, but right now I don't see even discussion or possibility, because there's things that would regulate this, and we need to look into it a little more. So I want to pull this.
Okay, it's been
this
pulled.
act.
This is subject to being
Thank you.
All right, now we move to old business item number 3, Madam Speaker.
Yes, this has been brought up before, so I put it on the agenda. We have handed out suggested amendments to the guidelines for community meetings and mail-out expenses. It's one page. I hope everybody I think everybody got a copy of it. And I would put that in the form of a motion that we consider passing the amended guidelines that have been given out.
Let's get this.
Yes, it's the one page.
Okay, so.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Do I still have the floor?
You still have the floor.
I just wanted to outline what we're trying to do here is bring a level of where every council member is treated the same. Every council member will receive a certain amount of money for their community meetings. Every council member will receive a certain amount of money for their mail-outs. It also beefs up when counselors can come into other counselors' districts and conduct meetings. There's always been some question of, can I go into another counselor's district and conduct a meeting without their consent? And this clarifies that you would need to get the consent of the counselors. It also, there wasn't much we could do about the 5-district situation now, but when we moved to the 15-district situation, the only districts that could not hold community meetings utilizing tribal funds would be those districts out of the 15 that have an election. And then they would be, there's a cutoff date of January 1 on using those funds.
Did you have we have a second on the approval? Councilor Fishing, thank you. Councilor Campbell.
Thank you. Just if you don't mind refreshing my memory, is this the same budgeted amount that we had before, except now it includes the at-large?
Yes.
Okay, very good. And then on the mail-outs, because first, we are going to get this emailed to us, right? Because this was different from what was in the book, if I recall.
The one in the book was the old policy.
Okay, so I'm just seeing this, so bear with me. On the mail-outs, so we can still continue to do the mail-outs as we have in the past, and they can include more than just an announcement of a meeting, is that correct?
That's covered, I believe. Are you asking if you can do them all the time, or is there a cutoff for them? Because that's covered under number 4.
And I understand the freeze during campaigning, and I understand the budget limitations for the fiscal year. And I assume as long as we meet budget, we don't exceed, that we could do whatever mail-outs we wanted.
Right.
But are they being limited to only meeting announcements, or can they also be meeting announcements with information about what's happening
We
legislatively?
would try to stay within the purpose identified at the top, that this would share the status of the Cherokee Nation government issues. And then, of course, at community meetings, it would be to listen. And then on the mail-outs, it would be to inform the Cherokee citizens. We would ask that it not be used for political purposes, of course.
Right, and there's no electioneering.
Right. And I think that's a given with this body. I think everybody understands that.
Thank you, and that should absolutely be, that shouldn't even have to be written. But there's no attempt in this to, other than, of course, using inappropriately tribal funds for electioneering, there should not be an attempt to regulate what is said.
We did not in any way change the content of the mail-out. What you have been able to do in the past, under this, we did not address that. You would be able to do that in the future. The only thing this really does is bring equality across the council. Because it was brought to my attention that we were not doing these things for the at-large folks. And so that's why we have added so much of the new things. And to clarify, I've had some people come to me and say, hey, I don't like so-and-so coming into my district and conducting meetings. And I think out of respect to all counselors, we should ask that tribal counselor before we come within their territory. That's just a courtesy. And I think we tried to explain that here.
So, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor, you still have the floor, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Thank you. So along those lines, because the only ones that I've known that have conducted meetings inside districts is actually other council people coming into our district for what they're calling these covered dish meetings or something. And I didn't know there was any tribal funds being expended on it, and it has been a problem, but I think they're right whether I agree with it or not. I don't want to abridge the access to constituents or free speech. So if somebody happens to be on council and running for another seat, we wouldn't want to exclude or hamper. To me, it's only in dealing with the expenditure of these funds. The expenditure of tribal funds cannot be used in some way someone else's district, which I thought was already understood, but I appreciate that. Because if there were funds in the past spent on those, what they were calling cover dish communities in Claremore, then I need to know, that is a problem. So, but we're not trying to hamper, I need to know then if there was funds spent on those cover dish things, and that were tribal funds, and I need to know if we can't, that we're not trying to hamper potential candidacies going forward for being in other communities.
Madam, if I could, Madam Speaker, your, what you've just described and what's on our paper here is the conduct of a meeting by one counselor in another counselor's district, not the incidental attendance of a council member in a meeting that happens to be in a district, whether it's a political meeting, a meeting of Cherokees, you know, whatever, but it's the scheduling and conduct and coordination of a meeting. Suppose if I went into Councilor Snell's neck of the woods and held a meeting, that would be prohibited.
If you're not conducting the meeting, then this is not applying to you. If you're not conducting the meeting. So if you want to go eat somebody's supper in another part of the 14 counties, you're free to do that.
Just to, Mr. Chairman, to clarify, I think that you cannot use these tribal funds, and I would assume it's any tribal funds, not just these community meetings, to conduct meetings outside of your district because they're designated for your district.
It's true.
But in terms of people want to go spend their own money to have meetings and everything else, that's their right to do that. But I'm hearing that this is going to try to hamper the right to do that.
I think as a courtesy, we should, if we're going to conduct a meeting or attempt to conduct a meeting in another counselor's district, we should talk to that counselor. And if that counselor is opposed to it, then we shouldn't do it.
Well, there's a lot of people that owe us an explanation then, so thank you.
Councilman Baker.
Yes. Under guideline 6 for the $4,000 annually for meal expenses and $3,000 in community meetings, which we have twice as many constituents as the rest of you combined. We have over 2/3 of the constituents. Now, I don't have a problem with the amounts, but my question is, $4,000 for mail-out expenses and $3,000 for community meetings. Now, most of ours expenses will be for mail-outs. Can that $3,000 for community meetings be applied to a mail-out, or is?
Jack, I'm not going to agree to that. We've had this problem in the past where people want to combine all of their money and use it for a certain purpose, and I think that we need to define the parameters of how the money is going to be used. And if you're offering that as a friendly, I can't.
Because we have approximately 20-some community meetings. So this would be $150 per meeting per community, which I would, rather than buying food or whatever, that'd be used towards mail outs for those, for large. So that's my reason.
I mean, you can make a motion, but I will not accept it as a second.
Okay, then I will make a motion.
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion on Councilman Baker's? You had a point.
Yeah, I don't know which one of us got accepted as a second, but I want to make a friendly to that too, that they also have access to the citizenship data, even if it's within house for the mailer, because that's going to also be critical for them to be able to implement.
So, Council, you want Councilman Baker's motion to simply combine the funds to also add this business about registry. I just want to make sure Councilman Baker understands.
I just want to make sure, because that'll be an issue to make sure they can implement.
I mean, frankly, this sounds like a
It
statutory thing we would have to explore.
That goes, if I can respond back, that goes way back, way beyond what the policies are.
Councilman Baker, you've made a motion. It's been
And my
seconded.
motion is only for the at-large.
Only for the at-large.
Not for the others.
So number 6 would have a provision that would allow at-large to combine those amounts for mailing purposes. Correct, mailing purposes. Okay, I understand. Madam Speaker, on his motion.
Folks, what I'm trying to do is get away from treating people separately. This is a body, And in these policies, we really need to keep everything consistent for every counselor. And there are no super counselors on this group, as I understand it. I can't find anything in the Constitution that says one of us should be treated different than others. And that's why I tried to bring this to you all, so that everybody will be treated uniformly. Now what we're doing is trying to make special conditions for just a small group of counselors. And I would ask you to take that into consideration. You guys asked me to take care of these things as your speaker, but then everybody wants to be treated different. Everybody wants their own set of rules, and it's no disrespect to Mr. Baker. I realize what his argument is, but I'm trying to bring uniformity to this body. And I would ask for you to keep that in mind in voting on this amendment, and I will be voting against the amendment for that purpose.
Any further discussion on the motion, Councilman Baker?
Yes, I'd just like to say that the enlarged counselor positions are totally different. And we're not asking for more money, only that we can use it for bailouts, rather than spending it towards, towards meals or whatever.
Very good. Councilman Thornton?
Would you re-specify what the motion is and the friendly, and show that it's not anything to do with the at-large?
With respect to your motion, Mr. Baker.
My motion was that $4,000 for bailout expenses and $3,000 in community meetings be combined for the at-large, all that they can be used for mail-out. Because we have 20-some communities and, like I said, twice as many constituents as the rest of the council combined. We have over 2/3 of the constituents residing outside the nation. So I just wanted to use it all for mail-out rather than food or whatever for the meetings. Since we have, right now, 20-some communities around the country.
Any further? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Keenan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be voting to support the at-large council. Mr. Councilman Baker makes a good point. They are different. They do have 2/3 more than us combined, and that would be a better utilization of their funds. I realize it is different, but it's a different circumstance, so I don't feel like it's being wasted. I think it's for the at-large community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further discussion on Councilman Baker's motion? Councilman Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there anybody here from the CADA group or whoever puts on, I guess, is putting on the at-large groups at this time? I don't see any. There's nobody for me to ask a question.
Does not appear to be the case. Madam Speaker, did you have a question?
My opposition to this is that we're treating 2 counselors different from 15 counselors. But I understand that Mr. Baker would accept the friendly that this apply to all counselors equally.
Yes.
And I wouldn't oppose that. So you could use it for mail-outs, or you could use it for district meetings.
You didn't accept that as
It's still limited to those 2 things, but it could be, you run out of one, you can use another. We just lump it all together.
Actually, if you will accept that as a friendly, then I will withdraw my motion.
I will. As long as everybody understands, you cannot exceed that, and it can only be used for these 2 purposes.
Very good. The friendly been made and accepted by the member of the second party. I Councilor Fraley next, actually.
To Mr. Lay on the CADA. Mr. Chair, I yield my time to our Attorney General to answer some of your questions, because I was interested also.
And I would just do my best if you had any questions.
Go Go ahead, Councilman, you have the floor.
Okay, I guess I don't know if actually you can answer these, but we have how many meetings, maybe Jack could probably answer this better, but I don't know if I can ask him a direct question, but how many meetings do we have that Jack can attend, Jack and Julie, or any at-large councilor can attend?
There's 22 organizations under COTA. How many meetings can they attend?
Per year.
Well, I mean, that's.
Is it 44 or 88?
Well, it could be any number.
Yeah.
It just depends on, the ability to
And
go.
so, I understand that the tribe itself, somebody over in administration somehow pays for those? Nobody pays for mine, that's what I'm getting.
That I can't answer your questions.
Yeah.
I know that
Right.
they lend technical support, logistical support to COTA.
Well, here's my situation here. When we have community meetings, I run out of these funds after the first or second meeting. My wife and I are doing all the work, and all of our friends and supporters, we're moving the chairs around, setting up the thing, we're cooking the food, we're doing it all. And it seems to me the at-large counselor just put on a clean white shirt, fly somewhere, and walk into a meeting. I'd like to have that same deal. So I'm not sure that if we're gonna, it seems like to me maybe the administration should be kicking some money back to the 15 counselors so that we can have that same arrangement that the at-large have, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing, it's a good thing. But I'd like to have the same deal they got, and that's just my comment.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further questions? Councilor Thornton, of course.
Yes, I'd like to make a friendly. My friendly amendment is at committee meetings of this nature, that there not be any openly politicking at those meetings.
Mr. Thornton, where are you wanting to put it?
Well, I don't,
You're not wanting to add to one of these, you're wanting to make a number 7?
be fine.
And what was number 7 again?
That there not be any openly politicking at any of these community meetings.
Councilor, could I
I've
suggest?
had in the past several people that come to me during these committee meetings and say, well, so-and-so's politicking, you need to, I don't like him, and there shouldn't be any of that in there.
Could I suggest some language, Councilor? Could I suggest
Yes.
some language, just electioneering at community meetings under these provisions are prohibited?
Okay.
Very simply.
Electioneering at,
Electioneering at these community meetings are prohibited.
I would accept that.
Thank you.
Is that what you wanted
Yeah,
to say?
what we want to do.
Are prohibited?
Anything further, Councilor Thornton?
No, that's it.
Councilor Garvin?
I'd like to add to that, no surveys and no petitions being carried during these meetings.
Would you yield to me, Councilor, for just a brief response?
Yes.
My concern on that is our citizens enjoy a right under our Constitution to petition the government, and I sure would hate for a constituent at my meeting to be engaged in that constitutionally protected activity and not be able to do that. I'd sure be concerned.
The reason that is so disruptive, people carrying stuff and talking over here and signing papers, and it just disrupts the meeting altogether.
I certainly, at my meetings, would exert some control over the manner in which they did that, but I would hate for there to be something that's a quasi-legal or legal prohibition that touches upon that constitutional right. It's one thing to, at your meeting, to say, now folks, you're disrupting the meeting with this petition, you want to take it outside. It's another thing to, in my opinion, Councilor, it's another thing to put it in writing that we're prohibiting that. That concerns me, that we're inviting a dispute where we could avoid inviting a dispute. That, with all due respect, that's my opinion.
Understandable. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything further on the rules as amended?
No,
Go ahead, Madam Speaker, then
I
Councilor
just want to
Keenan.
make sure we address yours now, Jack.
Is item 6 is that all 17 council members shall receive $7,000 for mail out and community meetings.
and
I
community
like that.
meetings. Okay.
It's or Jack can use it either way.
And then, it's just gonna be one amount and can be used for two purposes.
Either way.
And Mr. Thornton, we addressed yours by adding number 7, which is electioneering at the community meetings are prohibited.
Yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Garvin, you withdrew your?
Yes. I'm all
Okay.
right with it.
Okay, I think we're ready.
Very good. Okay.
Uh,
Oh, I'm sorry.
question concerning
Councilor
that?
Catalans, yes?
So who's policing that, and how's that determined, and will we define that? I mean, will there be more,
Which specific provision, Councilor?
the electioneering and that kind of stuff? I mean, I assume that was already there.
Could I respond? I think we all had an understanding that when we use funds for these meetings, that we don't engage in open electioneering, and I think we all, as a body, can police that. I mean, this is an internal rule that we would police ourselves. I mean, I suppose if somebody is engaged in electioneering at one of these meetings, what's the process and the remedy beyond bringing it to the attention of this committee? I don't know, but that's always been the case.
And what about, like, if it was people that were other candidates, you know, they shouldn't be allowed to use tribal funds in that manner either, right?
Tribal funds for open electioneering, it seems to me, has always been, runs afoul of any number of statutes and just general good government principles. So I don't know that this changes anything,
Okay.
but I don't know that it makes us any better equipped to police it than we already were.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor. Madam Speaker.
And as to not exceeding the maximum amount, Gail will watch that very carefully for you.
I would hope so. I thought that's what she was tasked with.
She will not let you go past that amount.
Very good.
So folks, you kind of keep a tally, and if you get close, you better talk to Gail. Okay?
Thank you.
Councilor Fishycomb.
Yeah, next month I would like to bring up what Dick brought up about the meetings and letting Potter put on meetings in our area so we can have, you know, I had 600 people at mine. And you all have so many more. The amount of money we give does not make a whole meeting. Sequoia County is another one that has huge meetings. And I'd like to be able to have 2 or 3 a year, much like the other ones do when they visit them every quarter. So I'd like to discuss that rule at some point.
We can visit that next time Cottage comes before us. Very good. Any further discussions on the rules? Good. Are we ready to bless these rules with a vote? Let's take a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. All right, rules have been adopted. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And the amended will go be emailed out.
Yes, the amended version will be emailed out.
We will clean these up, and I will have Gail email out to everyone. And as you all realize, once we pass our internal policies, then it passes through this committee and it goes no further. This is what we'll operate under on those 2 issues.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councilman Lane, did you have a motion this time?
Yes, sir, and I think I'm under the rules that I wanted to change a vote on the drug bill a while ago. I voted no, I meant to abstain. And if it's possible to do that, I'd like to change my vote to abstain until I see more details of that.
To abstain. Did we have Mr. Lay recorded as abstained? We had recorded as no. I had
I make a
some.
motion to reopen the vote
Okay, we'll do
to
that.
allow for the one change if the body does not object.
Second.
All right, without objection, we'll reopen the vote. Can we simply change Mr. Lay?
Abstain. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lay. Thank you, Councilor Cowanwatts. Moving right along. We are now at old business item number 4. It would appear Mr. Keener.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think everyone received a packet on their desk for the first quarter business report for the Cherokee Phoenix, and I guess we'll hear a report from Mr. Pollard, please.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
No problem. Good afternoon. Last time I was here, I said that I'd come back at the end of the first quarter to give you an update on the business plan. Distributed out the written report. Everybody got a copy of that. It's basically broken down into the three major provisions within the business plan, which is the paid subscriptions, the sponsored distribution, and advertising. Since you guys have a written report, I'm just going to kind of go through the highlights, and then you can ask me any questions you like. With paid subscriptions, at the end of the first quarter, we had 1,670. The business plan had a goal of 6,000 paid subscriptions by the end of the year, so we're on pace to reach that goal if we continue at our current pace. Those subscriptions brought in new revenue of $12,957. And we also, as you can see under printing and mailing, we saved quite a lot of money on our printing and mailing costs, almost $30,000 we've saved, just because we're printing and mailing many fewer papers. Sponsored distribution, business plan projected that we have about 47 racks distributing about 6,000 a month. We actually have, at the end of the first quarter, we had 45 racks distributing 8,200 per month. And we may get some more racks as we continue on, but I think the bulk of what we're going to get is represented here. And so that's resulted in about $26,000 in new revenue for the department. And then advertising is also performing above what we did year to date. You can see those figures in the advertising section. And hopefully that trend will also continue. The business plan called for us hiring contract advertising representatives that would be contracted regionally so that we could focus on certain markets. I have not implemented that portion of the plan yet, just because I've been so focused on the paid subscriptions and the sponsored distribution. But we did hire an intern who is an NSU student, and she is assisting our advertising coordinator with the advertising contracts, and that has been a big help in itself. And then this last section, this is something that actually was not specified in the business plan, but it's something that we formed and this body passed, and that's the free subscription fund. That is a charitable fund that's been put in place for Cherokee elders to get a free subscription if they request one. That fund is in place. There's money in the account, and so as of today, any Cherokee elder who is calling and expresses a need for a free subscription, we will give them one.
Councilor Conwans?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the process of reviewing, I think we were here with the FOIA and GRA issues, and it brings to mind some of the stuff that may or may not be happening. So would it be possible maybe for you to come back next month, assuming our chair would allow an agenda item for a self-audit with respect to the requirements like the Free Press Act and the Freedom of Information Act, such as publishing our elected official travel every 3 months and some of those things? How well are we doing? Because when I talk to some constituents, not all, I mean, a lot of them are happy to pay for the paper and it's the lifeline of the tribe. But some need a little bit more compelling. So if you could provide me with some more numbers and like governmental accountability that they want to see coming from the Phoenix, that would be helpful, that I could help put that out and let people know that yes, they need to pay for the Cherokee Phoenix and this is what they're doing to show transparency in the government.
So
Would that be possible?
You just want a report of some of the reporting that we have done, kind of a roundup? Or
A self-audit of compliance with the Freedom of the Press Act and the Freedom of Information Act. Because when I look at, like, because I know we've had trouble with getting the quarterly reporting from the...
Oh, I see.
On travel, for example.
Travel
on travel.
And the minutes of the meetings.
It says that they're going to be on the Cherokee Phoenix website. It doesn't necessarily say that they're going to be printed, but I think some people would like to see it printed. So you even said that it would be a step above. So here's what is required in the Freedom of Information Act, or is this the, hold on. This may be. Yeah, this is the Free Press Act, and it's to publish electronically at least on a quarterly basis, you know, our council meeting minutes and the travel expenses of elected officials on the Cherokee website. And some of this may no longer be relevant because of Legistar, and we need to amend the legislation, so we would need recommendations. But we need an audit, so to speak, saying against our acts that we have in place, is the Cherokee Phoenix delivering that? And then that would help me talk to these constituents that are asking about transparency and what the Free Press is doing and why they should pay that $10.
Okay.
Some people, it wouldn't matter if it's a quarter or $10, that question's on their mind. So if the chair would allow that next month to come back with a self-audit, so to speak, and some suggestions, that we review that to make sure we're following the law.
This is just for next month. We're not hauling Mr. Pollard before the committee every month.
No,
Very good.
this is specifically on this, which is a little bit different.
Mr. Pollard, are you clear on what the councilwoman's asking, or do you need some follow-up guidance that in writing might save us some time?
Yes, you're wanting for me to go back and look at the reporting that we've done specific to publishing the minutes and travel reports for the council, and just report our compliance with that. How far back do you want me to go?
Well, even if you just do it for the past 4 or 5 years, you know, are we current on travel? I would say no. I mean, I get to go look and I can't find, and I don't know if that's on our side or your side or where we need to bring that forward. And I'm picking on travel because it's a bit of interest to me and many of our citizens. But I think there's other things also that are in the act that we need to be doing. Or if they are no longer appropriate in that manner because we have other mechanisms to do that, then let's amend the legislation and include that. And I would sponsor that.
I can say just in general, we are overwhelmingly compliant with the Independent Press Act. Where the publishing of travel records is concerned, we've been sporadic, and we tend to focus on it more when an election is coming into play, because that's when our readers seem to kind of demand that information more. But I can certainly look at that and see what our history has been and report it.
And I think the law says something differently. I think it's continuous, regular, frequent, and I think there's other things too. So if we get, instead of having anybody else, you know, come in, so that should be something we should self-regulate. And I would be interested to see what your findings are, and if there are things we need to amend, I'll work with you as an agenda item. If we can't bring it next month, the following month, to, you know, clear out your cleanup. Because right now, the constituent picks up that law, and those are the expectations they're set, because that's the law.
Sure.
So,
Absolutely.
very good. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Mr. Keener?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brian, on new subscriptions, you got 1670, and at one time it was 40,000.
It was about 27,000.
Oh.
But if you included the newspapers that we were distributing through the racks, it was about 40,000.
Okay. So we are going in the right direction. It's going to take a long time to get back.
We're going in the right direction. We're in the process of developing a plan for using our various platforms, including multimedia platforms, to kind of market the paid subscriptions more. And so we're hoping that if we can implement a fairly comprehensive plan to market subscriptions, that we'll be able to pick up the pace a little bit.
And on your new subscriptions, it's 12,000, I'm rounding off, and the subscription revenue that is 12, and the advertising is 26. I'm sorry, 26. That's the subscription revenue. Now, the new subscription revenue is 12, advertising is 26, is that right? 25. So in total?
Yeah, advertising is 35,000.
35, okay.
Yeah, it's about 30% greater than where we were at this time last year.
Okay. On the last page, number 4, you mentioned the Cherokee elders, and during our meeting together, I had made mention of maybe extending that to the shut-ins, handicap. Is that part of the policy yet, or just elderly?
We haven't done that yet, but that's something that I'll be discussing with the board, and we'll decide, figure out how we want to expand it, because veterans have been discussed, and handicap and those kind of things. So those are ways that we're going to look at expanding that policy.
Okay. And I want to thank you and your staff for getting out to the community by seeing where we are, and they're working frantically to get subscriptions.
Yeah.
So I know they're working hard, but limited help.
Oh, definitely. Well, we enjoy that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Madam Speaker?
Yes. Brian, I just wanted to tell you how much I appreciate what you've done to turn this thing around. As I recall our visit, you're at about 28,000 papers going out either through the rack or through the mail. That's pretty close.
Right now,
26 and,
no, it's going to be, right now the January issue, we are mailing out a little over 2,000, and then we're also distributing about 10,000 through the racks, so about 12,000.
okay. And you're on track to either through increasing revenue or cost-saving measures to save about 234,000, was that what we were talking about?
Yeah, it was about 220.
Okay.
About 220,000. Yeah.
But the plan seems to be working.
Yes.
Under the business plan that we discussed some months ago, everything seems to be falling in place.
Yeah. Based on the business plan that you guys saw right at the beginning of the fiscal year, we're on track to meet those goals.
And at this point in time, we only have 7 elders that have applied for the free newspaper.
Yeah. But we have not really advertised it yet.
And I think you're going to next month, is that right?
Yeah, the paper that's just about to come out, the February issue, we're going to have, actually, we're going to do a little story about it so that people can see that.
Well, I want to commend you because this is exactly what I thought would happen. And I know you're proud of what you all have done in our visits. So I can tell that this has rejuvenated even some of your hopes.
Mm.
And I just appreciate you coming to us with a good business plan and a good implementation of that business plan that has saved the tribe several $100,000. I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Counselor Fishing Hawk, with my apologies.
I was going to tell you, I was quite proud of the newspaper. When you run a business, you can only cut expenses or raise sales to make money and come out of the red. You always cut your expenses. I've seen you're out advertising. You're going more than meet your 6,000 goal for the year. Matter of fact, you're probably getting about 7,000 it looks like. And I don't mind subsidizing you on the 28,000 newspapers because I know the 28,000 newspapers where they're going. As before, we had them all out there and they was getting returned and thrown in the trash. So I don't mind helping you out where they're going. So I appreciate you coming in.
Thank you. Thank you, Counselor. Thank you, Mr. Pope, very much.
All right, thank you.
We are down to old business item number 5, Counselor Lay. The limited mixed beverage sales act.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an act for legislative act amending the Cherokee Nation Limited Mixed Beverages Sales Act, and I move for approval.
Moved, is it seconded? Seconded by Counselor Thornton. Mr. Lay, you still have the floor. First of all, appreciate your work on this. You've been working on it for a while. Appreciate it. Any further comments on it?
Not really. I think it's been up several months, and we've laid bringing it forward, so it should have been fully vetted by now.
I'm going to ask all counselors to limit debate as much as you can on this because we are woefully behind schedule. Counselor Conwatts, you had a question? Do we have someone from the appropriate office to come forward?
My name's Dina Geib. I'm with Cherokee Nation Businesses in the legal department. Sarah and I were talking about how the documents needed to be updated. They had some old information in there. Some of it didn't totally jive with state and federal law, the way that some of the definitions are in there. Still said enterprises. You know, the addition of Indian country as a defined term. It talks about C&E, and we wanted to change that to the wholly owned corporate entities of Cherokee Nation businesses and the Cherokee Nation. Also, it adds the identification because the tribal photo IDs are new. Previously, you could use that as part of this statute, so we added that also.
Thank you. Any further questions, Councilor Watts?
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Speaker?
Is there some requirement to change from the license normally being under C&E? What it looks to me like now it's going to be under C&B. Is there some requirement for that, or?
No, I think that it still would be under C&E. Our licenses with the Tax Commission are under C&E, and C&E is the entity for the casinos that is licensed with the State Able Commission. I think that previously we mentioned like the Board of Directors for Cherokee Nation Enterprises, and really that Board of Directors is with Cherokee Nation Businesses now. So it's just old, kind of like old news, updated to the current structure.
So the liquor license are going to be continued, they'll continue to be held by C&E?
Yeah, there's one that's with Will Rogers Downs, and then there's, I think, 6 or 7 with Cherokee Nation Entertainment.
The benefit of that language too is that if it evolves again in the future, we won't have to go back and amend again. Now it says any corporate entity wholly owned by the Cherokee Nation. So as those entities may change their names or those the way they're organized, it should still be covered in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dina, you offered this, the complete housekeeping changes?
Yes.
Okay. On 8A, explain that a little bit more.
About the very last section, but otherwise.
Okay, so this talks about who can obtain a license from the Cherokee Nation Tax Commission. Previously, it said C&E or other person approved by C&E. I think we had some lessees that actually are licensed but on tribal trust property. And so with this change, it changes it from a specific entity, C&E, to corporate entities that are wholly owned by the Cherokee Nation, which would include C&E.
Would it be more inclusive or less inclusive if we could get a license?
It would be more inclusive, possibly. That wasn't the intention. We were just trying to bring it up to date so that we didn't have to amend every time. You know, potentially you could have someone like C&B have a license, or anybody else that's wholly owned, but as a holding company, it's never the intention for C&B to have a license directly, only C&E, only the operators in the actual facilities.
And then in section 11, explain that a little bit more too for us, please.
Well, Sarah and I talked about this. It talks about when the effective date is. I had put immediately previously just because, you know, it's changes that we're just bringing up to date. But as Sarah pointed out, none of these statutes become effective until the BIA publishes them in the Federal Register and certifies that they're compliant with state law because it's an alcohol regulation. So that has to go through that process. So we just went ahead and put that language in there. They have to certify it.
That's what caught my eye. We had to have Secretary of the Interior. All right. Okay. So you feel comfortable with that?
I do. I think that with the statute as it stood, it was out of date. It had some terms that need to be more fully defined and specified for the Tax Commission to be able to do their jobs.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Anything further? Not, we'll move to a roll call vote. Actually, Mr. Lay by acclamation. Let's give it a try. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Very good. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Lay. We're now at new business one. Okay, we are now at new business item number 1. Madam Speaker.
Yes, this is a resolution electing the office of Secretary of the Tribal Council. I would put Jody Fishenhawk's name in for the nominee and put that in form of a motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. I think we left. Very good. This is we've had this position. Very good. Number 10. Business item number 10. This is, Madam Speaker, would you take this one, the notary public statute?
Yes, item 10 is an act relating to the amendment of the Cherokee Nation Tribal Notaries Public Code, Title 49, Cherokee Nation annotated. I think it has been handed out.
No.
Not seen it at all.
Hasn't been handed out.
Well, I'm sorry. I thought we handed it out. Why don't we drop this to the end and hand this out and let everybody take a look
Motion
at
to
it?
amend the agenda to move this to the very last item. Second, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Very good. Next item is item number 11. Madam Speaker, you've been busy today. This is travel policy.
Yes, now I believe that has been handed out. This is discussion and possible action on tribal council travel expense policy. And you should have that before you. Again, this act is to put everybody on an equal basis. I know you've got a lot of papers in front of you. It looks like this right here. And it's about 5 pages long. Changes are in red and deletions are strike throughs. I would ask for your consideration on that, and I would put that in form of a motion.
There's a motion and a second on the travel policy, second by Councilor Fishinghawk. Any discussion on the policy?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Byrd.
how much different is this is what you've already had in place?
Direct Madam Speaker, are the changes highlighted in red?
The changes are highlighted in red. The strike-throughs are what I would ask you to consider deleting. And this will put everyone on an equal basis. It makes some adjustments to what's considered official travel. And anything that's not listed under number 5 as official travel would become elective travel, which is covered under number 6. And then when we made those adjustments in 5 or 6, they carried through on some strike-throughs in 7 and 9. And I was hopeful that you all would let us review this each year in the month of January if possible. And this is something that Gail and I keep asking you all to do. Number 11, get your receipts and all your information in within 30 days of utilizing the travel. I would certainly appreciate it because it's just becoming a full-time job for her along with her other duties. And the travel for the employees is within 30 days. So if the employees can do it, I would ask that we do it. The other thing that's not addressed here, and it's something that we really got to talk about, is the use of the tribal credit cards. It's getting to a point where we're not getting the credit card reports in for a month or two later. and nobody is turning in receipts for the most part. Folks, you've got to turn your receipts in, so she can reconcile those situations where you have to use the travel card. I mean, I'll be real honest with you, I only use the travel card when Gail tells me I can use the travel card. That's a safety factor there, because a lot of times we probably shouldn't be using those. So you might want to get with Gail on the use of those, and there is a new travel policy in the use of the cards that has been just now sent over to the council house, and she has a copy of that.
Very good. Anything further, Madam Speaker? Or you yield back to Councilman Burke?
Former Madam Speaker, Mayor, this was adopted then when you were the speaker. You see anything? You see anything? Okay. That's all I have.
Very good. I've got you on my list, Councilman Baker, but Councilman Thornton is next.
Madam Speaker, do you still have the, if we don't spend the whole 75?
It carries over.
That it carries over.
Carries over into,
It's on the last
it's the very
Last
last
page.
one.
Okay.
It carries over into your community
Okay.
funds.
That's
It's
on my
number
mind.
13. That's a very popular item.
That's good.
That's good. Very good. Thank you, Councilman Thornton. Councilman Baker.
Yes, I'm concerned about item 5, for the official travel versus travel to attend council meetings or any temporary relocations. The job does not constitute official travel. Because any council member could, for some reason or other, have to accept a job somewhere else temporarily. And I think that we should not limit paying their expenses to attend a tribal council meeting when they were elected to that position. So I think that should be stricken.
Second.
Is that a motion, Councilman
Yeah,
Baker?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded by Councilman Con Watts. Anything further, Councilman Baker? Because I've got Councilman Fishing on.
The reason I had a problem with this, Jack, is I'm a nurse. If I take a traveling nurse's job in Iowa, I'm an operator, and I start going up to Iowa for 3 months, are you all gonna pay to fly me back to all the meetings? I think I don't think it's right. You know, if you take a job, that's your job. If you choose to, I wouldn't ask you all to. If I went to Alaska, I wouldn't ask you all to fly back. I think it's unneeded expenses, and I'll be voting against that.
Anything further, Councilman Fishing on? Okay, thank you, Councilor Con Watts.
Thank you. Just initial gut is that job is defined a lot of different ways. So there's been many times that I've accepted volunteer where I am really paying out of the pocket to do national committee assignments for the Cherokee Nation, which might take me away at times, that require me to be flown back because there's already been travel and the meeting dates and times keep changing on us, it seems like, in the last 6 months. So I may make obligations in the, whether it's tied to the tribe or not, to be somewhere else. And then it's gonna be the job of the tribe, of this body, to bring me back to make those meeting obligations if you do not consider my travel or my schedule. I mean, we're all adults. I think that whether it's a day that somebody's gone, or a week, or a year temporarily on some other duty assignment that's not an official, like in the normal sense of what we think our job is day to day, but we take on these other duties, whether it's this life or the other lives we lead as professionals. But I think it's also hypocritical that we go and we have changed the at-large council to require them to be at-large. And then there's an individual who's already made a life-changing decision because of personal attacks even from people on this body and this tribe in their professional career to go do other things in order to meet their income requirements. And then after the fact, which is contrary to the Cherokee Nation Constitution, to try to limit their ability to come back and serve the nation after they have moved at large, as was requested, even whether it's temporary or not. So I can't support this. I think it's a personal attack, and it's discouraging. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, Councilor. Councilor Keaton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I echo that sentiment. This last time we voted, or some of us voted, that you had to live at large. So we need to have that person who is at large now be able to come back and serve on council. So I vote to reject this as well. Thank you, Chair.
Very good, thank you, Counselor. Any further discussion, Madam Speaker?
I might remind you all that you do receive a travel stipend, and that should take care of your ability to get back here to the meetings if you have taken a temporary job. I kind of see this as akin to, let's say, I accept a class action lawsuit and it causes me to travel to other parts of the country. I don't expect you all to bring me back here for this job because I knew I had this job before I took that case on. So I will pay my own way back. If you take a temporary job after you become a council member that takes you from this area, then you need to be mindful you've got to find a way back, for this is also your job to represent the people of Cherokee Nation. And everything I do now in my personal life, in my personal job, is geared towards how do I balance these two things. So you just don't take those things that are going to interfere with your ability to represent your constituents on this body. And I will be supporting that particular issue, but I won't support the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Counselor Ford?
Yes, I understand that, Madam Speaker, but if you have an at-large person that's elected at-large, is this going to bother them from coming to the meetings and going back home?
No, this is only
This is
covering
only if you live within.
if they remove themselves from where they regularly live to another part of the country temporarily. We're just saying we're not paying for you to come back from that place. Now, we will pay you to come back and forth from where you live.
Okay.
This is only if you decide to remove yourself temporarily for a job that you took after you had this job. You're not being penalized for coming from your home. That's still going to be paid for.
Well, that's what I was talking about, because if you're an elected position from, and you live in Kansas or you live in Arizona, if you're at-large council person, then you should visit you back and forth.
I mean, it could happen that we decide, any one of us, to temporarily relocate to Europe for a job. Are we going to bring you back from Europe to do your duty here on the council when you knew what your duty was when you left to go to Europe?
Anything further, Counselor Thornton?
I understand.
Very good. The debate is on Counselor Baker's motion to strike the new language in section 5. Yes vote strikes the section. No vote keeps the section as amended. All those in favor of Counselor Baker's, I'm sorry, was that confusing? With respect to section 5, there is a change in red, correct, Madam Speaker?
Yes.
Counselor Baker's motion would remove that change.
Yes, if we're for
And also the black circle. So yes is for Counselor Baker's motion, no is against. All those in favor of Counselor Baker's motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Roll call.
Joe Byrd,
No.
Julia Coates, Jody Fishinghawk,
No.
Meredith Fraley,
Yes.
Janelle Fulbright,
No.
Don Garvin,
Yes.
Frankie Hargis,
No.
Chuck Hoskin Jr.,
No.
Hannah Glory Jordan,
No.
Lee Keener,
Yes.
Dick Lay,
No.
Curtis Snell,
No.
David Thornton,
No.
David Walkenstick, Kara Callan Watts,
Yes.
Buell Englund,
Yes.
Jack Baker.
Yes.
Okay, motion fails back to the main motion. Any further discussion on the main motion? Counselor Baker?
Yes, thank you. I do notice that the at-large, travel to at-large community meetings by at-large council members is now not official travel. And in the past, we've had $7,500 limitation on that because as there are 20-some community meetings, or 20-some community organizations to visit. So So I'm opposed to it because, I think because we do have to travel to see our constituents, that those should be official travel. But I'm not in opposition to a limit on it. So I would offer, well, first a friendly amendment that travel to at-large community meetings for at-large council members be official travel. That would be limited to 5,000 per year.
We yield to the speaker.
Yeah.
As I asked for this friendly.
Yes. I cannot accept that friendly, Jack, and I'll tell you why. Each year, you at-large counselors have money left over in your discretionary funding. And you're not using your discretionary funding because you're tapping another special account that the two of you have. And I think everybody on this body needs to be treated equally. So you need to tap your discretionary funding for that sort of travel and utilize your email that's given to you, your internet service that's provided for all the counselors, your telephone, your iPads, your computers, just as everybody else in this room to connect with your constituents. So I cannot accept that amendment.
I'll accept it. Councilman Baker, start forward.
Which we do all that with the email, etc. Okay, would you accept it if the money came from the elective travel first?
Well, that's the way we have written this.
That it comes from elective travel, but then if we have to go over it, that would be allowed a certain amount, 2,500.
And then there is a provision if you go over it that you can get with the leadership. And the leadership can approve additional travel over the 7,500. But am I for and will I agree to an amendment that makes you all different from these other counselors? I cannot do that, Jack. And that's with all due respect to you, but I just can't do it. I want everyone on this body to be treated in a uniform manner. And right now, what I see developing, and it's getting really hard to monitor it, is that we have almost super council members being put in place that want unlimited funds to do activities. And I'm saying, folks, and I'm hearing it from you as council members, everybody wants to be treated equal. So this is, the way it was written was to make everybody in this room treated equal on this body. And so I cannot accept that, Jack.
Councilman Baker, you still have the floor. Anything further?
No.
Very good. Any further discussion on adopting the new travel policy? Councilman Key.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Should the official travel include NCAI or not? Well, number 5.
Yeah.
Because I added it as a friendly one.
Madam Speaker, are you accepting a friendly amendment?
Yes, I
from
am,
council?
please.
Friendly amendment's been
That
made
should
and
be in
accepted.
there.
And Council Fishing-Hawk accepts that? Very good.
Would that be annual meeting and biannual, or how does it, or just NCI?
Of which I would make you aware that we're hosting the national meeting this year, so.
Very good. All right, with that friendly amendment, let's proceed to a vote on the policy. Councilors, let's proceed to vote on the policy. Let's do a roll call vote. Shelley?
Frankie Hargis,
Yes.
Chuck Hoskin Jr.,
Yes.
Hannah Gloria Jordan,
Yes.
Lee Keener,
No.
Dick Blake,
Yes.
Curtis Snell,
Yes.
David Thornton,
Yes.
David Walkington,
Yes.
Karen Calvin Watts,
No.
Bill Anglin,
No.
Jack Baker,
No.
Joe Byrd,
Yes.
Julia Coates, Jody Fishing-Hawk,
Yes.
Meredith Fraley,
Yes.
Janelle Fulbright,
Yes.
Don Garvin.
No.
We have 11 yes and 5 no.
Very good, thanks, Shelley. Item number 12, Councilor Cowan Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to say thank you to Diane Harper-Carroll for help putting this together and address a need from, I think, 2 months ago that we started, and I appreciate your patience with me. I would move for approval. And the only discussion that I had would be, I had questions around the relinquishment process. And I think Registrar O'Leary is out of state. So, yeah, so if the AG would talk about the logistics of this. I think when I reviewed the Relinquishment Act, there's a 6-month delay from the time that someone actually submits relinquishment to it actually being effective. And it's some scuttlebutt that I heard, the former chief, it wasn't necessarily scuttlebutt, but I didn't have the numbers, was that there's a bunch of people in limbo. So at some point, do we automatically remove those folks if they, how does that work? And because that, I think, could potentially impact our elections.
Well, how that work is a good question because it doesn't work at this time. Our relinquishment statute is a convoluted mess, to be perfectly frank. And we are, Mr. Morton is undertaking the process to make sense of the relinquishment process. Because technically, under the current relinquishment process, you would actually have to go to district court to actually consummate the relinquishment. So everyone that we relinquish could technically come back and challenge the fact that we have not followed the statute and they're not really relinquished. That's the problem. And so we are working to fix that problem so that we have a relinquishment statute that is clear, simple, and everyone can understand.
Do you have an ETA on that?
I've done some of the background. I went through the legislative history, and I have a good idea of what the statute looks like now. And I'm also have a few calls in about how the procedure has been working. So when the registrar gets back, we'll set a meeting with her and a couple other meetings, and I should have an update for the next Rules Committee meeting in February 28th.
I don't know if you've already offered it to somebody, but I would like to sponsor that. And I would also like a report from the registrar, whether the legislation is ready or not, and hopefully on the next agenda, is how many people or potential individuals are in that process, in that pool of folks. But if that's the only question, but I don't think it necessarily, on face, it doesn't affect what this action that we want to guarantee the discussion between the registrar and the election commission. So if that could be on next month's agenda, if no one has any questions, I'd call for the question on this.
You may have a number in front of
Yeah.
on where it goes.
Okay.
I think those already exist, the actual numbering. I think there's already a 33G and H already in the statute.
That's why codification is so important. So we will, Diane will work on that before council, if that's okay with the chair. We'll work with you and Diane to fix the actual numbering of the legislation. Go ahead and pass it today because of the hour.
Councilor Fisher, or Councilor Walkingstead, I'll get this.
I have a motion to table this till next.
We have a motion to table. We have a second.
Second.
Second. Okay, all those in favor of table say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Motion to table passes. We table for a month. All right, we are now at Councilor Baker's. Councilor Baker, we are now at your affinity tag resolution. Would you like to take that?
This is a resolution that I can sell the Cherokee Nation affinity tags that stand for Oklahoma. And by affinity, they're not vanity tags, but they're the affinity tags saying that persons affiliated with the Cherokee Nation. And several citizens living outside the jurisdictional area of the Cherokee Nation have requested this. And are currently working with one of the legislators to see that this happens, and that it can only be sold to Cherokee Nation citizens. Now, if the Attorney General's gets an agreement from the state that the tags are offered to citizens all over the state of Oklahoma, Cherokee Nation tags, and nobody's going to be purchasing tags on this anyway. They'll be purchasing official Cherokee Nation tags. But in case that doesn't come about, I would like to proceed with this.
And Councilor Baker, if you get a second,
Second.
you have a second. Mr. Attorney General, does this cause any issues with you in your upcoming negotiations on the tag compact?
I would respectfully ask that this be tabled at this time, and let me tell you why. I will be meeting with the governor's attorney tomorrow. And one of the early aspects of our negotiations was, well, we can do these tags, and we could, make a contribution to, the Cherokee Nation, et cetera, but it goes through the state system. That is something that I didn't see that was that was near as beneficial as a Cherokee citizen being able to buy a Cherokee tag. So this has been a point of negotiation. I think it would be detrimental to my efforts if we pass a resolution that, well, okay, we would like something like this. So give me 60 days to see if if we get or two rules committees. We are very close to getting a compact done that I believe is going to be extremely beneficial to all at-large citizens throughout the state of Oklahoma. So if you would give me, before taking action on this, I would respectfully ask to table this because it would be it would be pertinent to a particular pillar of negotiation that is going on right now.
Are you willing to table for 2 months? In that respect?
Yes, but the only problem would be in 60 days, it probably would not be able to go before this legislative session for the state of Oklahoma. So
And if we don't have a compact by this legislative session, well, let's revisit it. But I would be shocked if we do not have a tribal car tag compact by the early part of this legislative session.
then I would make a motion to table for 60 days.
Second, all those in favor say aye. All opposed, same sign. Very good, table. We are now, I believe, at our last item of business. Shelley, we have a notary. The notary. Madam Speaker, you introduce the notary.
Yes, I believe you should have in front of you an act that kind of looks like, that does look like this. It is an act relating to the amendment of the Cherokee Nation Tribal Notaries Public Code, Title 49, Cherokee Nation Code annotated. We have tried to update this act in an effort to be sure that there are plenty of notaries for our upcoming election. And this allows people to apply to Cherokee Nation for a notary commission. It sets forth the parameters of what the seal should look like. It specifies very clearly that Oklahoma state law is now applicable to what the Cherokee Nation notaries do. Sets forth the sum of money that we're asking them to pay in. I believe it is $25 and then $20 for a renewal. It sets forth that there needs to be a bond of $1,000 put forth in order to obtain the commission. It also sets forth, and this is the part that I would like for you all to read under section 11 on page 4. It again reiterates that the Oklahoma law does not apply to Cherokee Nation notaries, that it will be this law, that there will be no limitation to the number of absentee ballots a Cherokee Nation notary can notarize. The restriction in the state of Oklahoma now is 20, and a lot of our rural folks access a absentee ballot, and there's not always going to be sufficient notaries out there, so we're hopeful that this will increase the number of notaries on the tribal side. And those notaries can assist the voters in signing up for an absentee ballot. Oklahoma law says, well, you can't do anything to help the voter. Well, a lot of times, those voters want to ask questions, and if we don't let them ask questions of a notary, who are we going to have them ask questions of? So those are kind of the changes that we are putting before this body, and I would put that in the form of a motion.
Moved. Has it been seconded? Seconded by Councilor Walkingstick. Councilor Cowan-Watts.
Thank you. I was glad this came forward because I was looking at the notary deal after several requests from actually throughout the tribe. I'd written the Secretary of State for the state of Oklahoma, and they had already emailed and said that actually the state legislation did not apply to tribal elections. That's bill number 1466 by Ford and Wilson in the Senate. But when I look at the legislation, it doesn't address record keeping by the notaries in an explicit way that it lends integrity to our election process of absentee ballots in the same way, like, for example, it does for banks. And it doesn't provide for recourse for fraud. It has the $50 fine, but I would think that we would want more teeth in terms of our absentee balloting process for elections, and that we would try to work to lend some integrity to our elections even further than what we do today. And I can't see any recourse. I don't know if the AG wants to talk to about, like, well, what happens if somebody, like, requests a ballot, absentee ballot, without somebody's knowledge, then votes it and signs it for them, and they don't even know?
That's why we have an election commission. We have a process for those type of challenges, and that's why we have a district court. If a fraud would take place and an accusation would be made, that's the process we would go through.
Okay, so this law would give them enough credence other than a $50 fine? Because all I see in here, any penalty for anything is a $50 fine.
Okay. And that's a standalone act. That does not replace anything that of the policies and procedures and the actual substantive provisions of the election code. That does not alter the election code whatsoever. If the election commission finds fraud, they have a process of going through that. They go through the process, and they can make their reports to both the Attorney General's office and to the district court if necessary. But this is, from my understanding, a standalone notary public act. And let me state another thing, is that the state of Oklahoma cannot pass an act that affects Cherokee Nation elections, just as if the Cherokee Nation can't pass an act that would affect state of Oklahoma elections. The state of Oklahoma has their law, and that affects their elections, but they cannot pass a law that's going to affect Cherokee Nation elections. So it is my opinion, and I'll be happy to put it in writing, that the act that would that has been referred to here today does not have any inkling of interference with the Cherokee Nation's ability to carry on their election in accordance with their own laws and procedures.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Councilor Watts, anything further?
Well, I think the state of Oklahoma's Secretary of State response, what I didn't know if they would do from a sovereignty perspective is that is theirs to govern in terms of the Oklahoma notary, especially if it's not on, they're notarizing the integrity of that signature is the way I understand it, not necessarily the election or whatever else, and that would be theirs to govern. So I didn't know what their response would be, but they were clear that it does not involve absentee ballots or tribal elections, was the email that I received.
It does not.
So, which will disappoint some constituents. So this legislation is interesting.
The Secretary of State of Oklahoma and me we're on the same page on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Garvin.
Todd, one other question. Previous years, I've asked you about notarizing ballots, and you discouraged council people notarizing those ballots. Do you still feel that way?
I think that the process of notarizing a ballot is I don't think you get a lot of bang for your buck in that instance. Okay, and it wouldn't cause me any heartburn if you did away with the notary requirement to begin. Totally. If you want to just not have notaries and just have people sign in their ballot, make it easy for a person to vote.
So you're saying it's all right for a council person to notarize a ballot?
No, I'm saying there's no reason. I didn't understand your question. I thought about if there is a need for a notary in the first one.
absentee ballot.
If I'm a notary, can I notarize all my ballots?
Sure, absolutely. Anyone who's a notary can notarize a ballot. You know, that you're taking your oath as a notary.
Even if it's your own ballot, even if it's the ballot they're not voting for, you
There's a notary, I'm a state notary, can I notarize all the ballots in my election? I thought there was a state law that says you can't notarize something you benefit from.
Well, I stand corrected. I mean, I'm getting kind of caught flat-footed. Is the question that, do you want a notary at all? You know, because, you know, there's plenty of jurisdictions that don't require a notary at all.
So it's okay for a council person to notarize a ballot.
Depends on what that ballot is. Okay.
On
their own election, I'll look into it. Okay, I'm not going to sit here and shoot from the hip and give you a definitive answer. Send me a question, I'll answer it.
Very good. Thank you, Councilor Garvin. I've got Councilor Hargis next.
I'd like to offer a friendly on page 3, on number 5, where it says official seal. I'd like to take out the word metal, where they just provide a notarial seal, because most people use stamps nowadays.
I would accept it friendly.
That's in section 5, first sentence, strike metal. It's been accepted. Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Fishinghawk, did you have any?
No.
Nothing? Okay, very good. Councilor Byrd.
A council member can notarize their own ballot.
I'm going to answer that question as submitted. Okay.
That doesn't even sound right.
If they're on a ballot,
Have
it
the same
should be.
opinion, but my opinion would be no.
Even in
Okay.
Adair County, we don't think so.
We don't even do that in Nine.
He didn't tell me what he was told.
Colleagues, we can get an answer to this question offline. I'm woefully behind schedule. Councilor Baker.
Just on page 2, where it's 25 in red, there's a strike through that, and I don't believe there should be a strike through on that.
Councilor, I believe the councilor is correct.
Talking 2B.
Yes.
It's just.
Excessive striking, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
The excessive
I
striking
would
has been
accept that as a friendly, that we remove that strike through.
Thank you, Councilor Baker. Councilor Keener.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can answer the question, if a notary can sign their own signature, and it's on 11C, we're saying there is no restriction in tribal notary seeking the voters and signing up for an absentee ballot. So I would assume you're the voter, you're the notary, and there's no restrictions. To me, that we're opening up the vote to all. We pass this on number 11. That's just my opinion. That's all. That I can't support this.
Are you talking
That's
about,
just in their request.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Council.
are you talking 11B?
11C.
That's a request, that's actually a request.
That's a request for absentee ballot. They can assist the voter with applying for an absentee ballot. That doesn't require a notary.
What does it say that?
Right here, there's no restriction in a tribal notary assisting the voters in signing up for an absentee ballot.
Instead of signing up, maybe request it.
I think it's bad wording.
Okay. I see how it is
You
now.
could say requesting, but I think that language is sufficient. Anything further, Councilor Keener?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, this is an act. May I speak by acclamation?
Yes, if possible, they will be.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. We did it. Are we really done?
Motion to adjourn.
One moment,
We're gonna do announcements.
one moment, Counselor. Sean Slayton has left some shirts for each council member on their desk. He wanted to make sure that was announced. Mr. Slayton brought those. Get those before you leave. Any other announcements? Hearing none. Counselor
Motion to
Hargis,
adjourn.
motion to adjourn. Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. We're adjourned.
Take my break.